sounds so nice. Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Okay, it's been a long day, right? Academic environment, and now you're here with us, right? But we're celebrating tonight, that's why the room is really full. The Board of Trustees of Alief Independent School District is convened. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone that is present. Our mission in Alief ISD is to work in collaboration with parents and the community to provide an exemplary education for all students in a safe environment. As the Alief ISD Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, adopt policies, approve the budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and communicate the district's vision and success to the community. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operational decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibilities of the superintendent. This is a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, not a meeting of the public. School board meetings are open to all who wish to attend and to hear matters discussed. Audience participation is limited to the patron presentation portion of the meeting. These proceedings are being taped and video recorded, and all recordings are posted and archived and viewable online on Alief ISD District website in accordance with Section 551.128B-1 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. I respectfully ask that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking. Thank you so much for taking the time this evening to join us and for your interest in Alief Independent School District. At this time, please stand as Craig Icahn, Public Relations Specialist, will introduce the group leading the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Please join me in the sign. Thank you. And that was our Elsik High School Air Force Junior ROTC.
Great job. At this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Chambers to present board recognitions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Board, welcome to everyone here. I know we have a lot of students, we have a lot of family members, parents, teachers, coaches, administrators. In case you're here, you don't know why you're here, this is an Alief ISD board meeting, so if you're not one of those people. I'd like to first recognize the organizers and the volunteers from the Texas Forensic Association State Tournament that was held recently at Taylor High School. If you were a part, or if you're here and you were a part of helping support that monumental task of hosting speech and debate teams from all over the state of Texas, would you please stand? Hopefully there's someone here that is recognized. And they ought to be standing there. Alief ISD Taylor High School in particular hosted the Texas Forensic Association State Tournament over spring break. Yeah, spring breaks. We had a lot of professionals, a lot of employees of our district who gave up part of their, if not all of their spring break to host this tournament. Taylor High School opened its doors to thousands of speech and debate coaches and kids from all across the state. Staff members from various campuses and support departments across this building, as well as schools, volunteered their time before and during the tournament to ensure it was successful. On the screen, you're going to see some names who volunteered multiple days of their time, both from speech and debate coaches coordinating the logistics of the tournament, all the way to support staff running concession stands and assisting in the tournaments with the tournament's participants. We had schools from the Panhandle, from Abilene, from West Texas, and all four corners of the state of Texas. So I heard nothing but positive. I was there Saturday night at the awards ceremony, and everyone, I couldn't say enough good things about Taylor High School and Alief ISD for their job in hosting this. So congratulations to everyone here, particularly those individuals whose names are on the screen who dedicated a lot of time and effort into this. It was time well spent. So thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to recognize the board to speak for that.
What's the principal's name up there?
Where's Mary? Mary Williams? There she is back in the back. Mary's up there. These are, a lot of people put in a lot of time. There's probably some names that got left off that deserve to be up there, because that's a lot of key volunteers that went into that. Next, I'd like to recognize Dr. Kalina Poulard from the Harris County Department of Education for a special presentation. Dr. Poulard.
Thank you. President Williams, members of the board, Superintendent Chambers, thank you guys for this opportunity for us to be here this evening. My name is Kalina Poulard. I am the Curriculum Director for Digital Education and Innovation with Harris County Department of Education. I'm here tonight on behalf of all of HCDE for special honors that we have to honor the special partnership that we have with Alief ISD. HCDE exists to support public education in Harris County by offering services and initiatives within the 25 school districts within Harris County. 8 out of the 15 HCDE divisions are currently partnering with Alief ISD and range from the Center for Safe and Secure Schools, Case for Kids, Records Management, and all the way to the Teaching and Learning Center, which is who I work for. Last year, HCDE provided professional development to 914 of your professional staff, and we served over 2,000 of your students. Tonight, I have a couple of small gifts for you guys to commemorate our continued collaboration and partnership. I also have a crystal award that I will be bringing back tomorrow, so that you guys can put that and put it in your cases to recognize our partnership. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to highlight a few ways that we are partnering with you guys, and we appreciate the continued partnership and collaboration with HCDE and Alief ISD. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, I would like to invite our Assistant Athletic Director, Ms. Marla Brumfield-Lewis, to the microphone. She has some scholar student athlete recognition she'd like to make. So, Ms. Brumfield, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. We would like to recognize some of our scholar athletes for their exemplary performance on the field and in the classroom. The Scholar Athlete of Month has been a program that's been in existence for over 10 years. We're actually working on our second row in the athletic building of recognition for our scholar athletes from years past and today. The Scholar Athlete program selects a boy and a girl each month that meets these following criteria. They have at least a 3.0 on a 4.0 scale. They have shown to be leaders in their field or on their court and with their teammates. They are positive role models for their teammates. They are leaders within their programs, and they're just work hard day in and day out athletically. Not only athletically, but also in the classroom, and they participate in other extracurricular activities. One of the things that I've just kind of noticed since I've been working with this program, our scholar athletes have over hundreds of hours of volunteer time in addition to being a student athlete. They are in student council, they're in honor societies of various kinds, they are in all different types of clubs in addition to being a student athlete. They also represent themselves and their team with integrity. They represent their school and Alief ISD with the utmost integrity as well. So let me begin the presentation. Rebecca Fallhuber is our first scholar athlete that we're going to recognize tonight. She is a volleyball player from Hastings High School. She will be attending Laterno University studying criminal justice on an academic and volleyball scholarship. Representing LSIC football, he will be attending the University of Texas studying biology on an academic scholarship. Jalen Leggett. She has been participating in district and track, but she's standing before you as our volleyball scholar athlete from Taylor High School. She will be attending Xavier University on biology pre-med, and she also has an academic scholarship. Daniel Aramilio. Also from Taylor, representing the cross-country program. He'll be attending Colby College, studying government on a Crestwood Bridge scholarship. Tatiana Riley. Representing the Lady Bear Hastings basketball program. She just signed a letter of intent to play basketball at Dillard University. Emmanuel Olulamale. He's representing our Hastings football program, and he will be attending Houston Baptist University, studying biochemistry. If I could get you guys to take a step down, thank you. Jada Shanklin. She also participated in the district track meet and will be continuing participation in the high jump, but she's standing before you as an LSIC girls basketball player. She will be attending Southwestern State University pre-law with an athletic scholarship. Mohammed Mabazari. He is an LSIC basketball basketball player. He will be attending Harvard University, studying political science on a full academic scholarship. Savannah Otten. She's representing the LSIC Girls Soccer Program. And hot off the press, she will be attending Stanford on a Quest Bridge scholarship. She will be majoring in child psychology. Jason Udolisa. He too has just made a decision to continue playing basketball. He played for Taylor this past year. He has just signed a full athletic scholarship to St. Louis College of Pharmacy. Jennifer Arias. Representing the Taylor Girls Soccer Program. She will be studying at the University of Houston, optometry, and she is a Dell Scholar recipient. Isaias Oviedo. Representing the Hastings Boys Soccer Program. And he will be attending Sam Houston University studying criminal justice. Kimberly Ikediobi. Representing the Taylor Girls Track Program. She is currently deciding between Virginia Tech or University of Florida to become a chemical engineer. Adene Alberto. He's actually going to be headed to state this upcoming weekend. He is a part of the LSIC soccer. He will be attending U of H, studying engineering on academic scholarship. And Austin Lamb. Representing the Taylor Tennis Program, he is undecided and will be studying mechanical engineering. And a lot of our scholar athletes, if you went to Alief schools from kindergarten through 12th grade, please take a step forward. Well, we can't represent the students without representing the supporting cast. Can I have the parents and family of these young? With your student athletes, you set the foundation, and hopefully we can get them to the finish line. And last but not least, let me have my coaches who put in long hours. The time that you give to our student athletes and the dedication that you put in with our student athletes. Congratulations to you. I just want to let you guys know that the sky is the limit. And just keep pressing forward and pressing onward, and good luck to your future endeavors.
Guys, give us one more minute. Thank you so very much. I can't add anything else on there. She did a fabulous job in introducing you guys. Thank you so much for representing Alief in the way that you did, but thank you more importantly for representing your own dreams and pushing forward. Thank you so much. come forward with our donation report. It's an important piece. I want you guys to see how we make it work. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Good evening. Donations for April 2019. $300,000 Garson and Bond Circus, Alief ISD. $79,800 Books Between Kids Program, Alief ISD. $41,216.70 Citgo Petroleum Investor Book Bus, Alief ISD. $4,800 Citgo Petroleum Boston Marathon, Alief ISD. $4,205 Houston Food Bank, Alief ISD. $4,200 Banana Bread Bakery Cafe, Alief ISD. $3,700 Houston Food Bank, Alief ISD. $2,308 Citgo Petroleum, Alief ISD. $2,000 Caring Friends Incorporated, Alief ISD. $1,600 Music Doing Good, Ollie. $1,006.40 Donors Choose, Miller. $899 Miss Julie Nugent, Ludwig. $710 Carrying Aggies, Freddie's Farm, Alief ISD. $615 IBC Bank, Alief ISD. $610 Morning Donut, Alief ISD. $525 Total Family Healthcare, Alief ISD. $500 ExxonMobil, Ewins. Grand total $448,695.10.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. May I have a motion to approve the donation? It's been moved by Ms. Key. May I have a second? It's been seconded by Ms. Brown. All in favor of the approval? So it is 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Bob Fulbright, Alief District STEM Facilitator, to the podium to introduce and recognize UT Tyler and HCC Educator Partners.
Good evening. On January 22nd through 25th, 4 elementary campuses visited the HCC West Houston Institute, the HCC Alief Hayes campus, and the UT Tyler Engineering Alief Hayes campus. We used this student experience as a launch event for a project-based learning unit focused on circuits, electricity, and engineering. Over 50 UT Tyler engineering students volunteered over the 4 days. We would especially like to thank the UT Tyler event organizers, Victoria Moore and Yvette Rezedes, HCC's Program Director for STEM Initiatives, Susan Thompson, and the HCC Design Lab Coordinator, Bianca Bermudez. We are thankful for their dedication to Alief students. Last month, on March 22nd and 29th, over 1,500 Alief students participated in the District Popsicle Bridge Competition. For the second consecutive year, over 75 volunteers from UT Tyler Engineering visited students at their campuses, designed and built the bridge testing equipment, and managed all aspects of the competition from registration to issuing certificates of achievement. Alief would like to recognize the Bridge Building Competition Committee, including Saeed Kinza, Louis Urquida, Abigail Pasqua, Rashid Oduro, Israel Kovarubias, all from UT Tyler Engineering, for their leadership in the months leading up to the competition and for a successful 2 days of testing. Without the help of these generous community partners, STEM experiences like the 2 previously mentioned would not be possible. Thanks again to everyone who contributed. I'd like to call these individuals forward and have them receive their certificate of merit. Starting with Bianca Bermudez. Corubias. We have Victoria Moore. Rashid Oduro. Abraham Garcia Santos. Yvette Resendes. Susan Thompson. And Quita. Let's go ahead and give them one more large round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. With that, I'm going to dismiss everyone, but I'm going to allow for a 5-minute break forward. We had a lot of items on the agenda, but I know some of you want to go and congratulate the people in the audience. So at this time, it's 6:58. 5 minutes from now, we'll reconvene.
What's up? It's good to see you.
Yeah, I'm glad I could make it out. I didn't know about the meeting until earlier today.
Oh. I'm glad you made it as well.
Huh?
So I'm glad you made it as well.
Yeah, I'm glad I could make it. I was determined to come.
Good.
I didn't get caught up in some of the issues, but it's all right.
That's all right. They still here. The issue's still here.
They ain't going nowhere not yet, no.
They ain't trying to resolve them.
I saw your online forum. You will speak where you
Oh,
sit
yeah,
down.
yeah.
Red table.
Yeah. You talk. I just want you to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That's I guess I ain't went in depth yet.
You haven't been in debt yet?
Not
depth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't went in depth yet. But, I will.
We got to start getting our voice out because it's the only way we don't get heard. Our community doesn't get heard.
Yeah.
So we have to take our voices back, if you will,
You know,
by any means necessary.
yeah. And you know, I just left one of the face committee meetings. And they were asking, what's your input? What do you comment? It's supposed to be a family thing. Where's the families at? Families at? That's the problem. We need to be concerned on getting the families in here to help make some of these decisions.
Or at least be informed about the decisions that are being made on their behalf.
Exactly.
That's strategically done.
Yeah.
That is strategically done.
Yeah. We'll see what I can learn.
For returning on time and considering all of the important things that we need to cover. Mr. Chambers, I'm going to ask that you please recognize our other guests here tonight.
Yes, Madam Board, I want to just recognize a group that's here that had nothing better to do on Tuesday nights except attend the Alief ISD board meeting. But there's an organization that was formed last year, I think they're in their second year, called Leadership ISD. And without going into detail, the purpose of it is to just find leaders in our community that want to help, support. You never know, run for an elected office, run for a school board, you never know what might come from it. But one of their assignments is to visit board meetings, so we had some that chose to come out and watch tonight's board meeting. So Ms. Patron Presentations, I see you sitting back there, she's kind of the head honcho of that group. And then Mr. Greg Gomez, I know he works closely with him. So if you guys don't mind standing, just let us recognize you and let us appreciate you for putting out. And thank you for being here. And for those that don't know, Trustee Mr. Rowe, Darlene Rowe, Ms. Jennifer Key, and Ms. Natasha Butler are part of that group. They just happen to be sitting on this side of the dais tonight instead of the other side. So again, thank you guys, and hopefully this is time well spent for you guys. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. At this time, we're moving to patron presentations. The board encourages and welcomes comments and inputs from our patrons, but we cannot respond, deliberate, or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. Please limit your comments to 5 minutes, and please be reminded that board policy prohibits the mentioning of an employee's name when voicing a complaint or concern. This time I have 2 patron presentations. The first one will be Mr. David Barone.
Greetings, Damon Barone, Alief taxpayer, Alief parent. What a person or organization does serves as proof as what they believe in. My concern is that the things which the leadership of the district does as well as believes in does not align with the mission statement, vision statement, or goals of Alief ISD. In 2012, when I was on the Alief Leadership Network Committee, with trustee Natasha Butler and also who was former trustee Tiffany Butler, Superintendent Chambers stated that he and his administrators have the ability to make data say whatever they wanted to say. Attorney John Eric Nichols has been allowed to represent the school board and the school district at the same time. In no other legal proceedings or arena can one person play the role of prosecution, defendant, and judge of the state at the same time.
Mr. Barone?
Yes.
Just a reminder, even though that you...
Stop my time. Can you stop my time? What's the question?
No question, just a reminder of board policy,
Okay.
mentioning names. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nichols, or the council, school court board council, sued the Chuka Chewbacca family for thousands of dollars for many years, and the board trustee, Ms. Williams, and Rick Moreno was on the board at the time, and it wasn't until Fox 26 News came in here and broadcasted it that the board alleged that they had no idea that Mr. Nichols was suing the Chuka family. And this is the same individual that y'all want to continue to use under leadership or legal counsel at this time, and or use his firm and associated with him. During the September 4, 2018 board meeting, Superintendent Chambers stated that he had not been monitoring data as it related to the academic performance of the district's elementary schools. Specifically,
as a board member, I still ask you to remind the patron presentation about using names.
Okay, the superintendent specifically the 6 elementary schools on the TEA improvement required list because he was focused on high school graduation rates. During the December 2018 board meeting, teacher union representative Errol Jones came in and asked for the board meetings to be live streamed. And Madam President stated that if the parents really wanted to be here at the board meetings each month, then they would show up. During the January 15, 2019 board workshop meeting, Master Trustee Rick Moreno stated that the school board has routinely asked for things from the superintendent and administrators, but the board never follows up on getting their requested documents or information. During the February 19, 2019 Policy and Legislative Committee meeting, Board Secretary Lily Trump, who is not here, was conference called into the meeting. During the March 4, 2019 Board Council Committee meeting, Trustee Natasha Butler was conference called into the meeting. During the March 5, 2019 Board Workshop meeting, Superintendent Chambers, the superintendent missed that meeting because he was in Austin. During the April 2, 2019 Board Workshop meeting, Assistant Secretary Jennifer Keys was live streamed into the board meeting. During the April 2, 2019 school board meeting, Trustee John Wynn sat outside at the Elsie basketball soccer game.
I request again for you to...
He's not an employee. He's not an employee. Thank you.
He's not an employee.
See, we don't know how to conduct business at the board. So, Trustee John Wynn sat outside the entire time and watched the Elsie soccer game and came in after executive session. My attendance here has been better than every last one of you all sitting on the board, and even many of the administrators sitting in behind me. School board trustee John Wynn also put his name into the hat for city council race. Superintendent Chambers spends more time in Austin, the superintendent spends more time in Austin and has sought to be hired at HISD for their superintendent position. So I will end this presentation exactly where I started by saying, what a personal organization does serves as proof as what they believe in. The things which the leadership of this district does, as well as believes in, does not align with the mission statement, vision statement, and or goals of Alief ISD. They're still on the wall, so I'm assuming that they still apply. The mission statement is still on the Alief ISD website. It has not been changed. You all have board goals that you all stated. All I want to do is see you all do the things that you state that you're going to do. Just like when you go into a restaurant, you read that menu. That menu is specifically what they are going to give you. Your mission statement is your menu. I'm not seeing those things happen. It's like going into McDonald's and they say they don't sell hamburgers anymore. They sell pizza. Well, when are you going to update your menu? When are you going to start serving hamburgers? Because the things that you're doing does not align with the mission statement or the vision statement. Many of y'all have not or did not participate in community events until you got on the board. Many of y'all probably won't participate in community events after you get off the board. That is my concern, is that many of you sitting up here simply did this because you wanted to have your resume look a certain way, or you wanted to have a stepping stone to get to some other event. In the meantime, while you're building your resume, while you're handshaking with individuals that you have aspirations to be connected to, you are hurting our community. You are killing the education of our children, and you are pressing down upon the parents and the taxpayers of our community. My name is Damon Marone. I'm an Alief ISD taxpayer, Alief ISD parent, Alief ISD alumni, and like I told the superintendent of human resources a long time ago when I filed that retaliation grievance, I'm not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barone. Our second patron presentation is from Rihanna Minshaw. Thank you, Ms. Minshaw. You're going to talk about Pearson.
Alief, actually. Thank you, President Williams and Superintendent Chambers and the board for allowing me to speak. Before I start, actually, I just wanted to provide you guys congratulations for the student athletes and your recognition of them. I think it's very well deserved. And not to toot my own horn, but I know how challenging it is. When I was 4 years old, I was a pretty darn good t-ball player. And I studied botany out in left field, so I know it's challenging to handle both. My name is Rhiannon Menshew, and I work with the virtual and online education space with Pearson Online and Blended Learning. I have been with Pearson for about 5 years and have had the pleasure to work with Alief and specifically the distance learning department, Pam Lowe, Debbie Vincent, under the leadership of Kathy On for 3 of those years. Debbie, I know, wanted to be here very much tonight, but she has a sick kiddo at home, which I completely understand. So please send your thoughts and prayers out to her sick kiddo. I definitely give her a pass. Although I saw her a couple of weeks ago, we were at a conference in Austin called DLAC. It's representative for digital learning, digital education, and she was one of the speakers there. I did a phenomenal representation for, if you don't know, the existing virtual education program that Alief ISD has here. She spoke very incredibly to a testament of the hard work, the innovation, and I think the vision moving forward for growth and innovation that the district has for opportunity for the students here. I think that in the work that I do, I have the fortune and the great opportunity to travel nationwide to different states, to different districts, and I get to experience seeing school districts and leadership teams really break outside the boundaries and look outside the lines of what education was and is and can be, and offering different options for students by way of virtual education. A lot of the students that we see coming through our doors, so to speak, are students that otherwise would have been homeschooled or were in other charter schools, or were in private schools, or students that are phenomenal athletes, and we need to kind of squish things into a schedule that is very, very compact anyway. Students that are actors. We see an influx, unfortunately, of students that have been bullied, or students that are suffering from mental illnesses, major depressive disorder, anxiety. So we're really looking to support a lot of that in our schools. If you don't know yet, aside from supporting the schools within the district, Alief also has a statewide program supporting students. I have been able to witness and experience that program growing from supporting a couple of hundred course enrollments to this past year supporting a couple of thousand course enrollments. So if you see Debbie Vincent or Pam Lowe, give them a major supportive pat on the back because it's awesome work that they've been doing. They support kids that, again, just like statewide programs that are supporting them full-time, kids that are facing those same challenges. Alief ISD has been a phenomenal partner in the past, but unfortunately, the support that they're able to do statewide is only part-time, which means that a student in El Paso is only able to take a couple of courses. The reason for that is because of legislative restrictions. And one of the great things about that is the fact that those legislative restrictions are starting to shift and change right now. One of the benefits that we are looking at was an extension that we offered to the department earlier this year to partner with us in that. It would have monetary benefits for the school district. It would increase student enrollment. Any student that would be involved in a statewide program that is ALES, those become your students. You would recapture students that have left the district. So there are a lot of benefits for the school district. And I think serving students, I have a 7-year-old son, his name is William. Let it be on the record that he is the most amazing kid ever. And he was bullied, had a really severe bullying issue this past year. And I would hope that if that were to ever happen again, there would be chances and opportunities for him to have something, a different option in the future rather than the 5 options that we have now statewide. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so very much. Board, at this time, we're going to move to consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda in which you would like to have removed for discussion? One more time? 6.6. Is there any other? There's no other. May I have a motion to approve? Oh, you have one? 6.4. 6.4. Is there any other?
Yes, I have 2, 6.5 and 6.18.
Board, let me also add that when these items come out, we get our agenda packages very early. We get them early enough. Of the 12 years that I've been here, we got them on Thursday. So I'm going to say I'm okay with pulling these items because you're a board member, you have the right to remove them. But you also have the responsibility to contact those individuals who are connected with these items and have those discussions as well. And if you warrant and feel that they still need to be discussed publicly, you have the right to do that. But let me make sure that we are aware of that. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the balance? It's been moved by Ms. P. May I have a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Nguyen. All in favor of approving the balance? Okay, that'll be 6-0. First item for discussion, item 6.4. Item 6.4.
So I just didn't, it's not for discussion, it's going to go separately.
Okay. Is there anyone else for any discussion? If not, anyone else?
I thought John asked for
I'm going to do one at a time. Since we pulled 6.4, we can go ahead and approve that one now. And may I have a motion to approve item 6.4, which is approval of administrative contract recommendation. It's been moved by Ms. Key. Thank you so much, Ms. Key. And I'm going to go ahead and second that one. All in favor of item 6.4, the approval of administrative contract recommendations. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Any opposers? Any abstain? The record show that 4, and 2 abstain. Thank you. Item 6.5. Item 6.5 was requested by, was it you?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to have that vote be separate as well.
Okay. Are there any other discussions for item 6.5? No other discussion for item 6.5? May I have a motion to consider approval of teacher contract? Thank you, Ms. Key. And I'll second the motion. All in favor of item 6.5 with approval of teacher contracts? Okay, but the record shows 5. Any opposers? Abstain. And 1 abstain. Thank you, Board. Item 6.6. The request is 6.6. Was it you, Mr. Gasol? Mr. Nguyen?
Check for immediate process. Page 55.
Yes, sir.
Is that Uni Digital?
Yes, sir. That is, thank you for letting us know to look that up. That purchase is part of our technology plan. So every year, we bring a status of technology plan forward, and every 5 years we renew that plan. Included in the plan was an annual an increase in storage space for electronic files. And so in this year of the plan, this is a replacement of a large disk array system that houses, for the most part, most of the files that people save on their computers, so that the students, teachers, staff members all over the district, and it's housed in one large data center at the ASD. And then the system it is replacing will be moved over to the Alief Career Center, and it is a kind of a co-locate backup for this. And then at the same time, the technology department budgeted to do this recovery, or this replacement. It's 180 terabytes of storage that then has to be backed up, but it is monitored by the company who makes it, which is EMC, live monitoring to make sure that there's a problem. So it includes 5 years of maintenance as well. They quote these with vendors who are on cooperative contracts, and this was the lowest of the 3 accepted vendors.
Is there any other questions or concern for item 6.6? No other question or concern? May I have a motion to approve the disbursement report? It's been moved by Mr. Moreno. May I have a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Nguyen. All in favor? It's shown 6-0. Thank you. Item number 6.18. Consider requesting administration to seek name for a portion of athletic facility. Mr. Nguyen, put that on for that, Mr. Johnson.
So I've got 2 questions, Mr. Woods, about that. One is, where does the money actually come from that we're using to actually put the names on the sides of the buildings? So is that operating, or is that coming out of those campuses' budgets themselves, since it's going to be on campus?
It definitely will not be out of the campus's budget. It will be out of savings from other capital projects or the capital projects fund, which is dollars transferred to that from the general fund in previous years that was, to this point, either saved on previous projects that were capital improvements, but not to any specific campus. There was no cost to the campus, except, you know, if they have an event and they have cake and punch or something, I don't know, maybe that.
But the letters themselves?
The letters are all that covered by construction and maintenance.
That was my question. And then my follow-up question was, I know that for this one, are we seeking to do naming again of all facilities, but specifically for?
No, ma'am. This was based on the recommendation last time for the Taylor Fieldhouse, and was recommended by one of the board members to take that back out, to look at, instead of the field house, the North Athletic Office Building on the Crump Stadium. And so this directs us to go seek nominations again and then bring them back to you at a subsequent meeting.
Yes, I'd like to maybe add on to that as well, because I'm the board member that had requested that, and I think Tom Gerber was nominated as principal at Hicks for the field house in Taylor. And, you know, I made a comment, if some of them weren't here, that I feel that he's done more for the district-wide and not just for Taylor. I know he initially started Taylor doing there, but in his promotions and his career, he moved on and helped a lot with the scholar athletes out here that have been able to get them some scholarships and some collegiate exposure. And, that was one of the things we pushed for 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever. About, yeah, but yeah, as soon as he was, we fired him and accepted the position. So, again, I just asked him to look at that, and doesn't mean that he's going to be the person that's going to name it, but, you know, it's kind of involved.
Go through the process and bring back to you what we received.
So everyone, as you look at that item, you know that the approval tonight is to direct administration to seek the nomination for the Crump Stadium Athletic Office, not the stadium, but the office buildings, of which Tom Gerber will be the first nominee on the list from the previous nomination. So that means we're going to have to expand the net. Okay. All right. Does everyone have a clear understanding?
Mr. Marino has formally made that request as a citizen, as a trustee.
All right.
So we have,
So,
I think it needs some,
right.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I got this. Thank you so much. Okay, may I have a motion to approve item number 16 on the agenda?
I motion to approve.
It's been moved by Ms. Butler and second by Ms. Moreno. All in favor? Let the record show 6-0. Thank you. Board, before we proceed further, typically I do not share personal information of my board members, but I would like for everyone to please keep Trustee Dr. Lily Chung in your thoughts and prayers. She lost her father on yesterday and has been privately dealing with her family issues as the only child. She's dealing with it the best way she can. So please keep her in your prayers and thoughts. We know this is a busy time of the year as the school ends, but we are family here in Alief, and we know that when one hurts, everyone else hurts as well. So thank you so much for allowing me to share that with you. At this time, I would like to move forward on with item number 7, what we've been waiting for our presentation of our schools. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chambers, Board of Trustees. As you know, 2 weeks ago we heard from 3 of our priority campus principals, and tonight we're going to have the pleasure of hearing from our last 3 priority principals. Before I introduce them, I'd like to start with a quote from Stephen Covey, who, as you know, is the author of 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He says, synergy is what happens when 1 + 1 = 10, or 100, or even 1,000. It's the profound result when 2 or more respectful human beings determine to go beyond their preconceived ideas to meet a great challenge. So as we hear from these 3 principals tonight, and they share their work, I hope you will see how synergy exists as a valuable tool of effective leadership and learning. So I'm going to begin by introducing our first principal, Jeanette Bird, the principal of Cummings Elementary.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, board members, Mr. Chambers, members of the audience, and my fellow administrators, and also my Cummings staff that came out to support this evening. My goal this evening is to paint a picture of Cummings Elementary for those of you who have not had an opportunity to spend time on our campus. Because I am an avid runner, I will be using running as an analogy during my presentation. Let's get started by meeting the race participants. The theme song for our campus could be the song from Cheers. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name and they're always glad you came. We are home to 569 well-mannered, physically active, resilient, talented, and academically capable students. Our iReady data for March shows that at the beginning of the school year, 64 of our 1st through 4th grade students were in Tier 3, which means they were 2 years or more below grade level. Additionally, we have a significant special education population as compared to the district and the state. Cummings is at 13.1%, The district 7.3%, and the state 9.1%. While there are numerous benefits to being a small campus, ranging from me literally knowing the names of 90% of the students, the reality is that fewer students equates to a smaller budget and fewer staff members, which at times can be challenging. During my tenure at Cummings, I have noted that some of our kindergarten students come to us developmentally and academically behind. Each year, we have a couple still in diapers or pull-ups, and many more students unable to recognize their first name in print, identify colors, recognize shapes, or count to 10. With the implementation of full-day pre-K in 2019-20, this upcoming year, the number of students that are delayed will definitely decrease. In February 2018, we lost one of our fourth grade teachers to lung cancer. I have a vivid recollection of receiving a phone call from her shortly after Harvey hit. She said, "Ms. Bird, I'm in the hospital in intensive care." I've been diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. I'm ready to receive chemo. I'm getting ready to receive chemo in about an hour. I'm going to fight this. I don't want to disappoint you. I can write lesson plans and grade work. Keep me in group text messages. I spoke a few words of encouragement, and I assured her that she was not disappointing me, as she had always worked to the best of her ability. We both cried a little, but laughed when I told her that I would get in big trouble if I asked her to do work while she was on medical leave. I share these challenges with you to help you see that at Cummings, we have obstacles along the way, but we keep running. Preparing for the race. Our morning mantra at Cummings is work hard at work time, play fair at playtime, eat something healthy every day, and be kind. On the slide, you can see some of the things we do to prepare for the race. I will highlight a few. We have a looping option on our campus, and looping is the practice of a teacher moving from one grade level to the next with his or her students. Currently, I have a teacher in 4th grade that has looped with her students since 1st grade. Benefits of looping include the building of strong relationships with parents and students, almost no behavior issues that require administrative intervention, higher attendance rate, higher parent participation, higher fundraising sales, and higher assessment scores as compared to non-looping classes. Another component of our training is ensuring that all RACE participants have access to recess and specials. Our superintendent has always been a proponent of that as well. We are nurturing well-balanced individuals. We have coaches as well, because if you're going to be a great runner, you need to have a coach. Central oversight team, district coordinators, school improvement specialists, they all work to give us suggestions, provide hands-on support, and ask probing questions and encourage us to keep going. Challenges, some of the other challenges that we face on our campus are maternity leaves or medical leaves. Maternity leaves, you just never, you just don't know when those things are going to happen. And we're working on our campus. We have some experienced teachers on our campus that we're working to grow them and to move them into proficient on T-tests and out of the developing center. At Cummings, we often say, Alief proud, Cummings style. We put that on our marquee sometimes, and that means we are aligned with the district, but we have our own style about certain things. So when you're running a race, also known as being in the midst of a school year, you must have the proper fuel along the way. The fuel for Cummings is arts integration, AVID, advancement via individual determination, and ADL, action-based learning. Arts integration is an approach to teaching in which students demonstrate their learning and understanding through an art form. We were trained by the Kennedy Center in August 2018 and have been supported by Ms. Michelle Lopez with the blessing of Susan Chabrowski this school year. Unfortunately, Ms. Lopez is not a Cummings staff member and will need to resume her regular duties, which will leave us without a dedicated arts integrator to facilitate the growth of arts integration on our campus. AVID, Advancement via Individual Determination, is best practices and strategies that help students experience academic success by learning note-taking skills, organizational skills, and the power of grit, we talk about that hard work, at an early age. ABL, action-based learning, simply put, is just really good with enhancing students' learning. As we run this race, we are learning some lessons along the way. First, run a steady race. Don't start out too fast, don't start out too slow, and don't make any sudden moves. It's a good race. And then you also have to monitor all parts, and we're doing that on our campus. And by that, we're keeping a close check on all grade levels on our campus and providing the necessary resources such as skilled early childhood teachers, interventionist support, and by tracking student growth in content areas. You should also feel comfortable, and we do, feel comfortable seeking and accepting support from others, including our area superintendent, Dr. Page, Natalie Martinez and Nikki Godbold, who have facilitated our TASE meetings for quite some time, as well as district specialists and specialists and administrators from other campuses. And most importantly, when running the education race, you must stay focused on the goal. If I asked 10 people in this room what the goal of education is, I would likely receive 10 different responses. At Cummings, the goal is not simply for all students to earn a certain score on STAR. As has been stated by Mr. Chambers, our kids are more than a number, and Cummings kids are more than a number. The goal is for our students to develop the capacity to learn, to enjoy learning, to explore their numerous talents and interests, to see beyond elementary, intermediate, middle, and high school into a post-secondary life. So let me share with you a little bit about what's up at Cummings. The blue tiles are just samples of what we offer at Cummings. If you look for a pattern, you will see an emphasis on the arts and physical activity, as well as a college-bound mindset. I'm going to give you a chance to look at those, and if you would like for me to elaborate on any of them, I'm happy to do that. All right, crossing the finish line, and I'm almost finished talking, and I don't think I ever talk this much in the normal routines of my job, so keep going, we're almost at the finish line. We are now at the stage where we reflect on what worked, what didn't work, and what needs to be revised. We are determining participants for next year. I have one classroom teacher leaving, 3 others looking for positions outside of the classroom, and one seeking to work in the same district as her children. Our training techniques for the next race, the upcoming school year, will be focused on the 3 A's: arts integration, AVID, and action-based learning. As a campus administrator, it is my responsibility to maintain a long-term perspective and to think beyond the current school year and the upcoming year. I am challenged to think long-term and set goals that reflect that thinking. Personally, I am focused on increasing the number of first-grade students reading on grade level. This will translate to and support all students reading on grade level by 3rd grade. On my final slide, I don't really talk this much all the time, I promise you. All right, so the final slide, just some considerations for our campus. First thing that I have listed is capacity. According to the latest data that we received from the district, we are at 63% capacity on our campus. And we have a space. We're so excited to be able to bring in pre-K, but we still have more space on our campus. We welcome bringing in more people to our campus and maybe helping to alleviate some of the other large campuses, like Kristen mentioned about the overcrowding that she sometimes feels. Currently, I'll tell you where our students are. 150 of our students are at Kennedy in the bilingual program. And a few of our GT kids are at Boone, and a small portion are at Smith in dual language. A few years ago, we received the task of the challenge of increasing our enrollment. And one way to do that would be to place a program at our campus that attracts students and parents. Would a pre-K through 2nd grade early childhood campus be inviting? Perhaps. Maybe becoming bilingual, beginning with a pre-K cohort. While our arts integration status is not publicized throughout the district like the Chinese immersion, dual language, and bilingual programs, I believe that it could be and should be. Hence the request for the arts, campus-based arts integrator. And finally, there will always be a need for students to receive intervention in addition to the first-line instruction they receive in the classroom. I am asking that Cummings be considered for receiving a full-time math interventionist and ELD interventionist. And that concludes my presentation, and thank you for allowing me to tell you about Cummings, and I hope I painted a picture of the campus for you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrd. Questions? Go.
I just had a question. So I noticed on your first slide, it said for your data that you have a significantly higher population of SE.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a reason for that? Do you know, or do they come in that way, or do you identify?
We have a great read specialist, which is the person that leads us through the RTI squared process of identifying kids. And so our district just has a very clear policy on what's supposed to take place, and we do adhere to that strictly. We do have some special programs on our campus as well. So we have life skills program, PPCD, and Reach One. So we have those as well.
Okay, so that might account for that higher.
That does add to it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to, great presentation.
Gordon, I'm going to ask that you please speak into your microphones because this is being recorded and people would like to hear what you have to say. So I'm going to turn off my mic too.
Mine's been on. Just want to say again that I enjoyed the presentation. It kind of made a feel of what was going on. I appreciate the fact that some of the personal things, especially when it's talking to your fourth grade teacher and things like that. So I feel the passion. I can see the passion in what you do, the long-term effect, things like this. Of all the meetings in the last months and months we've been talking about, I'm like, don't paint with a brush, don't paint with a brush. I love the slogan or the idea of Alief Proud, Cummings Style, because that proves that that's what you're doing. You're doing it, you're learning it from Alief, you're doing it at Alief, that you're gearing it towards your students, your staff, your part of the community, and trying to make a difference with them. I'm interested about the looping option of how many teachers you may have in your campus doing that.
This year I have 3 teachers doing it. I have one teacher that moved from kindergarten to first grade. And then I have another teacher who started with her class in kindergarten and she's now with them in second grade. And then the one that I mentioned that started in first grade and she's now in fourth grade.
Good, yeah, I'd be interested. And I know, we were talking about, there was, I think in other presentations, block, not block, things like this, and you can't, again, paint everybody the same way. Some teachers are liking that option and some don't. Like, no, I'm good with what we're doing and our supports are showing good, things of that sort. So I like where you can customize it and working with your staff and because you know your staff, you know your students, you know you're part of the community. So I like that part of it. I appreciate the fact that I always ask about the monitoring, because that's something that we're looking in our program, and the fact to say that with Dr. Page and Natalie and some of the meetings and working with that. That's what I'm as a board member, that as a parent, that as a community member, want to hear, love to hear, just the process of it going up to do that. So I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you. And one thing that I would add to that is that when we talk about the central oversight meeting and we talk about the TASE meetings and the support that we're getting, it's very hands-on. So it's not just you need to do A, B, and C and good luck. It's not that at all. It's like you need to do A, B, and C and this is what we can help with. So thank you.
I just have one question and I don't need an answer tonight. You can do it to board notes or whatever. I heard you say 115 of your students.
150 of them are Kennedy in the bilingual program. In the bilingual program.
In the bilingual program.
Yes. And that's across all their grade levels.
I just want to know by grade level how many students that is. 150 seems like a significant number to
Yes, and I do have it by grade level, I just don't have it with me yet, but
If you could just get that to me before that.
Are there any questions? Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to go back to the data. You had also mentioned on that slide about the decrease in your reading DCAs. Yeah, that one. And your writing. And I was looking at your targeted improvement plan, and for root causes and problem statement, I didn't quite see that being addressed. Did you? How are you addressing?
Yes. Yes, so we did have a slight decrease in reading, but we increased in fourth in reading. And I attribute part of that decrease in third grade to basically just your students that are coming in for that particular grade level, that are coming in from second grade. So nothing very specific, like I can't identify anything like very specific with that. But when we, as the students work and as the teachers work and them coming into third grade, it's the first time that they're really put to the test, so to say, so to speak, that they're put to the test. That means we put them on 0 for hours at a time, and that's their first experience with that.
Okay. And you also mentioned in your root cause that you had some teachers or staff that struggled with small group.
Yes, small group instruction. It's been something that we've focused on our campus for quite a few, well, about 4 years now. And so the way that we have it set up on our campus is, just like we want teachers to differentiate for students, we also understand our need to differentiate for teachers. So we have some teachers that are very strong with small group instruction. So some of the things that we've done in the past is to video the teachers that are strong in small group instruction and make it available to other teachers. Also, our specialists are paired with teachers in cohort, like our cohort 1. Specialists work with teachers on setting their goal of what they need to accomplish in small group reading. Maybe their pacing is completely off. Maybe they're not planned well for small group instruction. Maybe they're not quite comfortable working with the higher kids to get them to grow as well. So whatever it is that they need, and the specialists divide those teachers in those cohorts and meet with them that way individually, but they also meet with them during PLC as a group.
I do have a question, because I remember we talked about this a little earlier, I think it was last time, about the ACP teachers and being able to recruit. Do you have ACP teachers on your campus?
I do.
Okay.
Dynamic ones.
Okay.
Yes. 2 dynamic ones, I think. Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Hi, so I just want to say I am really impressed with the art integration that's going on at Cummings. I know that music and math and science, all the subjects were under control, our writing and left brain combined, which you see a better, well-rounded child. So I started looking into what that looks like on your campus. And yes, you are seeing growth. I looked at it from BCA 1 to BCA 2, so keep up the good job. But I do have a question about of the quarter 3 goals that you have in the term improvement plan. One of those talks about your restructuring your interventions campus-wide. So can you give me some more information about how you're restructuring your interventions?
Okay, I think we may be referring to something that change that we made. So we had a change in January where our 3rd grade teachers and 4th grade teachers moved to blocking. And so when that happened, because that's not the way we had it from the beginning, we had to look at our full-time interventionists, reading, Title I, bridge, and we also had to look at our part-time interventionists to make sure that they could service, to make sure that all of our kids could still be serviced. So that takes some time when you're trying to look at a whole campus to do that, because you also want to, especially with our part-time interventionists, we want to make sure we're getting our money's worth. We want to use them every hour and every minute that we can while they're there. So that just took some time to work out. So it's a little slow down to speed up.
So do you see some more benefits from the block scheduling versus the self-contained? Are you seeing better results with the block scheduling?
I would hesitate to say yes at this point, simply because there have been a lot of things that we've done on our campus. And that was just one of them. That was just one of the things that happened. But we've done a lot of other things on our campus. One example would be pushing in our specialists a bit more in the classroom. So shifting our focus a little bit from walkthroughs, but actually getting into the classrooms a bit more. And I think that has really contributed to the growth that we're seeing as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to say one thing that's an aside from this that I saw on your blue button, is that y'all had the girls' conference. And that you had 800 girls show up at your campus, and I think that's phenomenal.
Thank you. Yes, we were proud of that for sure. Thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Berta. It was very interesting to hear some of the things on your campuses. I'm kind of curious about the move to the block schedule. Typically, it could be because of staffing or some changes or things like that. So I'm kind of curious as to why did you guys decide to go to the block schedule?
It was a recommendation made to us to go to the block schedule. We haven't been blocked. I think my first year at Cummings it was blocked, and then after that we've been self-contained since that time. And we still have a self-contained class in 4th grade. The looping class is a self-contained class in 4th grade. So we still have that one class.
All right. The other thing is the fact that I like the flexibility as well for looping. You know, you gave some key points about looping. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do this. I'm middle school, so. Okay.
Story.
But what I wanted to say was a great job in your presentation and your analogy helped me to really follow through on it. And thanks for sharing some of those key items about some of the needs and things like that. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Just want to just make a comment about the looping. I know there was an issue when I first came on about counseling, and that was something I really was trying to push. And I just remember a kid in high school, every year they're getting a new counselor. You know, in 9th grade, the counselor have to learn, I'm going to do this, and, you know, my children went to Elsie, so every year, and so that was a big component, and, you know, trying to keep the counselor to move with the students as they go up, so they don't have to relearn the students or relearn that, and it just, you know, helps them with their plan. You know, I'm not saying it works for everybody, it's not, you know, again, but it just seems that it's a good way to go, and I like the option. You know, if it works.
Yes, we have to have the right staff in place to make it work, that's for sure.
Thanks for trying everything. We're trying to get away from that broad brush of one fits size fit all, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to introduce our next principal from Horn Elementary, Ms. Mary Starling.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Chambers and the board. I wanted to thank you for this opportunity tonight to review Horn's progress and challenges so far this year. We're going to start off with my focus on student data. Our 3rd and 4th grade students showed a small increase. It was between about 3 and 5 points from DCA 1 to DCA 2 on their reading scores. There was a small decrease in 3rd grade math and a small increase in 4th grade math on the DCA 1 to DCA 2 math scores. We did see a big increase in our writing scores from last year's DCA to this year's DCA with 17 points. We're really proud of that. And I know you want to hear what happened. So I believe that one of the main reasons we did have such significant progress is the addition of our STEM Academy to our 4th grade team. It really increased the collaboration of that team, the focus of that team. They work together very well. I did sit with that team and talk to them about this progress, and what I found interesting was the first people to speak up were my math teachers. They said we use the writing expectations during math, not just writing something, but how to write a sentence with punctuation and all of the editing and revising pieces. They also mentioned that the students were reading more on level this year than they have in the past few years. They didn't have to worry about the reading piece as much when doing the writing instruction. And they also started the editing and revising piece on day one of 4th grade, which usually they kind of wait till a little later in the year until it's Star Blitz time a little bit, or after Christmas at least. We have seen a consistent growth in both iStation and iReady in both 3rd and 4th grade. That's the online computer intervention and testing that we do. And 3rd and 4th grade both exceeded district growth in iReady from the beginning of the year till middle of the year, moving into Tier 1 from Tier 3, which means on level. So based on these data points, some of the actions and adjustments we have made include the increased collaboration through the STEM Academy of the 4th grade team impacting our writing progress. We did find through monitoring of our TASE plan that we did need more training in small group instruction in both reading and math. Even though our TASE plan is focused on reading and writing, we do also, of course, have to monitor math. And some of our goals and interventions do speak to small group, but we realized through more aggressive, is a harsh word, aggressive word, but more specific monitoring that there were still quite a few teachers that needed even more training in that area. So we put that in place. I also wanted to note the consistent support and assistance by district content specialists and school improvement specialists. Kelly Alonso and Michael Learson are there on a bi-weekly basis with a lot of data, a lot of information, and a lot of coaching from my specialists and teachers. And they helped put our Star Blitz plans together, make sure that they were appropriate for Warren. Further data analysis took place with the use of Centoya's Leverage Leadership book. There's some data analysis documents in there that are very specific, and we use those in our one-on-one data meetings with the teachers to make sure that we're meeting each student's needs, not just groups of students. Another adjustment we made after DCA 1 was what we called 3rd grade Power Hour. We had our whole group of 3rd grade students. We divided them into small groups between our 3rd grade teachers and all of our specialists and interventionists. And so the last hour, for 7 weeks, the last hour every Friday, they did some test-taking strategies in a resource called Motivation Reading. And that worked really well. The kids really enjoyed being with some different people and have that special time on Fridays. And we were also able to attend to our need for a math interventionist with the addition of 2 part-time math interventionists, using our priority funds. So we had 2 part-time math, we had 2 part-time reading, and both of those content areas that the part-time interventionists worked with are almost approaches and approaches students. As far as our challenges, one of our biggest challenges is that our students moving from primary grade levels to 3rd grade testing grade level come in quite below level. And so those gaps sometimes can be difficult to fill when you're also trying to get them prepared for a STAR test. Another challenge is the number of students we have with severe emotional needs and behavior, as well as other emotional things that are coming in from home. And this can many times take away from that instructional time, not only from the teachers, but also the instructional leaders that are monitoring the instruction happening. We have to spend time with the students, although we do have 2 awesome counselors on my campus. Moving on to staff data. Okay. So this year, I'm very proud to say that we had the fewest staff changes out of the last 3 years. The numbers aren't up here, but we had about, I had about 60% of my staff that changed 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 60%, and then last year it was cut in half and it was at 30%, so I'm really proud of that. However, this year we did have some kind of increased enrollment in different grade levels that was unexpected, and I had one unexpected resignation right at the beginning of the year, and so that resulted in the need to hire 6 new teachers this year after school started. 2 of those were in 1st grade, 2 of those were after Christmas. Like I said, staff retention is a huge focus for me, and as of my most recent survey of the teachers, I have had only 5 out of the 48 indicate that they are leaving, and the ones that did indicate that, it's for medical reasons or they just want to move closer to home, move their job closer to home. One big focus I had this year also was some leadership coaching. So with the use of my priority funds, I was able to have a Region 4 leadership coach for my content specialists to improve their coaching skills, and within this work is also the place where we saw that we did need more training in that small group instruction for our teachers. If I do have enough funds next year, I would like to also have that coaching continue with my interventionists, and so that would be my 20 people on my leadership team that could meet the needs of my teachers in a coaching manner. The district was also able to help, this isn't up here either, the district was able to help support me by giving me a primary reading coach from Region 4. It's the same person that is working with SNEED as well. So she just started working with my first grade team about 2 months ago, and it's one-on-one coaching with my first grade team. So to focus the staff on the hard work ahead of them this year, we did begin with something I called What is Your Why? For inspiration and motivation at the beginning of the year, staff came up with the one word that was their why for teaching at Cornell Elementary, because we have a lot of work to do there. We need to make sure we focus on why we're there. We wanted to train staff on meeting the social emotional needs of our students by continuing the use of community circles each morning. It's actually on their master schedule that they meet in community circles for about 15 minutes every morning with their students. Along with the one-day training by national educators for restorative practices, was followed up by 2 coaches coming one day in the fall, 2 coaches coming one day in the spring, and they were able to observe and give immediate feedback to 20 different classrooms. I sent 10 teachers to a one-day training in the district that was by the same organization. So 10 of those 20 were the teachers that went to that one-day training, and then 10 others. And we're hopeful to see increased use of these practices. You can see where it's used well. Our teachers are using it consistently. In addition to restorative practices, we have seen staff become involved in our extracurricular clubs and activities, and that's increased leadership capacity on my campus. I have a lot more staff leaders than just the people that are in leadership positions now, and I'm very thankful for that. Again, I wanted to state that we've had a lot of support from district level specialists. They've been coming during plannings, PLCs, and they've done something called fish bowls. And what that is one was Bridget McKinney. She's a district math specialist, and she did a 90-minute math block in each grade level, and the teachers watched her do the entire 90-minute math block in kinder through 4th grade. They learned a lot, and we've seen lots of changes because of that. Michael Learson also facilitated a 3rd and 4th grade planning, which was in somewhat of a fishbowl situation. And we also had teachers do small group. The teachers we developed are very effective small group teachers, and their team fishbowled in their classroom during their planning time, but they brought kids in and showed them how they do their small group and how they write their anecdotal notes and things like that. And if you watch any of the pictures sliding through, it showed a picture of the 2 teachers that offered to show their small group. It showed some of the items that I already spoke about. And I believe there was a picture on there of our data walls. We're very proud of our data walls in our PLC room. We have a very brightly colored, weekly updated data wall for every grade level for math and reading. This is a strategy for improvement we use that helped assist with teachers understanding that ANN language approaches meets and masters, because that is new language. And it also gives a little bit of accountability mindset to all of our grade levels, not just 3rd and 4th grade. One of our biggest challenges this year was the loss of a math interventionist, because I didn't have quite enough funds in Title I to fund my 2nd math interventionist. We did get significant priority funds, and I was able to hire some part-time interventionists, but that's not sustainable because it should only come to me this year once I'm out of IR. We also feel staff need more training to meet the social, emotional, and behavior needs of our students. We were able to have the coaches this year from the restorative practices and the one-day training, but that also came out of my priority funds. Okay? And then I just wanted to share some of the ways that we build relationships with our staff, students, and families. I'm giving credit to my 2 assistant principals that are here supporting me as well, but they've brought in a lot of extracurricular activities to my campus. We have a soccer team, which brings in other campuses as well, Landis, Smith, can't remember the other one, Collins, okay. And that's just a great way to bring the families to the school. And we have lots of organizations for our students. We have a boys club, that's a picture of them going downtown. We have a girls club. We do have a robotics club. They were able to go on a field trip. We have a morning maker space, which is this picture over here. You can see the kids kind of playing with some stuff. We have a bucket drum line. We also do girls with art, and those are many other things. That's a picture of our community circle up there on the right. It's one of my first grade teachers. She does an amazing job with that. This is one of our evening events. We have what's called Extreme Night, which started out as a STEM night. It was kind of science and stuff, and then we just added all of our contents to that same night. So that's some of our teachers on that event with in the evening. So those are some of the things we are doing for that. So some considerations I would ask for you to think about is, as I've mentioned before, we could use extra support with our students' social emotional needs. So certified behavior interventionist or specialists would really help our teachers in building those skills. Also, our math scores are not where we want them to be. They've been decreasing a little bit this year, and I do feel like if we had that second certified math interventionist full-time, that would assist in reaching more students. And then, as the other IR campuses have mentioned, the class sizes, if we could keep it at 22 to 1, that would be ideal for us instead of having 25 over here, 24 over here. That can make it difficult in both the lower grades and the testing grades. So I wanted to thank you for your time, and I welcome any of your questions and feedback.
Thank you so very much. I guess I'll go back to Senator Taylor. Any questions?
I have a question. So your slide about your data walls, and you said that you look at that each week?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Your data wall?
My data wall. We look at that. It's in our PLC room, and it gets updated after any campus assessment or district assessment. And I don't know if you guys know this, but math has an assessment about every week to 2 weeks. So that one gets updated quite a bit. And we increased our campus reading assessments, our campus common reading assessments, because the district, we have 2, but that wasn't enough for us to intervene quickly enough. So we have had several reading assessments. For example, we had a campus reading assessment on the writing test day for our 1st through 3rd grade students, so that we could see where they were and kept the testing environment going as well.
Okay, and so that's great because looking at data that drives instruction. So I haven't heard anyone mention that, so I'm glad to hear you all are doing that. And so looking at your data wall, you mentioned that you kind of have it by A&M approaches, meets, and masters. And I see here that your considerations is equity in regards to class size. Are you looking at equity in your data and looking at disaggregating your data and looking at your students and how are your special ed students doing? How are your, boys versus girls, Hispanics? And so are
we certainly look at that when we're looking at our DMAC reports during PLCs. I would have to be honest, I don't think there would be room for that on the wall as well. We have one whole side of the wall that has math from kinder through 4th. We have one whole side of the wall that's reading for kinder through 4th with every teacher's name and then every assessment they take across. So that would, I think we would have to, I like the idea of something we could put in place next year, because we talked about, instead of having them, just write it on a Post-it note, which is kind of how we have it now, even though we show them how to organize it, maybe have something already printed for them to fill in the information, and we could add those pieces onto that printed piece of paper for them to put up there.
Well, I would definitely encourage that in upcoming looking at assessments, because that also is very important. You can look for trends and patterns. That you name this otherwise, and we shouldn't let the confines of the wall space determine
You're right about that.
how we're looking at data. So there's electronic ways that you can filter and sort, because one of the things that the board is some of our priorities is looking at things through a lens of equity, or an equity lens. And I would encourage the campuses to start looking at that as well.
We look at that. I will say that and this year it's been, easier for the teachers to do, put it in the hands of the teachers a little more because I got a laptop for each of my teachers so that they can have a laptop in front of them during PLC. They can open up their own VMAC data, they can sort it, and so we do that during our PLCs. It might not be on the wall, but it is part of the agenda and part of the discussion is the boys, the girls, special ed, ELL, all of that.
So I'm gonna go out to the edge and say I appreciate the word equity up there, but I'm gonna be very, very honest. We have to be very careful when we say equity. And class sizes is not the same thing because class sizes is equal sizes. So, and that's why we have board members because we've been looking at this equity discussion. So we are aware and we are mindful about classroom sizes, but when we talk about equity, we're talking about something totally different. And I really do appreciate the fact that Trustee Bro also, I agree with her, it's not just limited to the wall. We're not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I'm sure that you guys are looking at lots of data, but we're sharing that. Even if you're not doing it, and I won't even say I'm going to encourage you because I don't want to encourage you to go a different path than what we decide as a board and as a district on equity. But yeah, the discussion is a good thing, so thank you so very much. I know that my area superintendents have heard and we've been engaged with that, so we like the idea that that word is going around. Just wanted to add that. Other board members, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just have a question, or maybe you can kind of explain the future for Horn, future years. I know the last presenter talked about, the long-term expectation, long-term part of it. I'm liking that part of it, explaining what's, the years to come, staffing, meetings that you're having necessarily with central office, not necessarily just the areas, but with some of the coordinators and the directors and HR, and kind of where you're seeing they go with you being the leader of that
campus. I will say that when you look at my staffing over the years, it does sometimes look like there's been a lot of movement, but I have worked really hard to get a staff that is committed to doing all the things that we need to do at Horn to keep us out of IR. I know we slipped back this year. That was very difficult. But I do have a staff this year than any other year for the most part. I feel that is the most committed that I've had to all of the things that we are required to do to move us out of IR. I think that the addition of my leadership opportunities, because that's something I had to work on for several years as well, is really starting to flow, and that makes me really happy because one person can't lead everything, so it's important to have those delegation opportunities. And so I'm very appreciative of my APs for doing things that sometimes I held off on just because you always have to have people that are in charge of things extra that you bring onto your campus. So I'm not sure where else you want me to go with that question, but that's where I am with the staffing for sure.
Maybe not necessarily for you or maybe for the area, but just what kind of support? I'm hearing where it's kind of stopping a little bit, you maybe going a little bit more into the central office. I'm sure there is. I just would like to hear. That's purpose for us to try to hear from the principals and the campuses of kind of where it's going
so you're talking about
support. It could be from your areas can answer as well. Or
I'll address it.
Okay.
One of the things that when we look at working with campuses such as Horn, we want to make sure we know that what Mary's been trying to do is really to kind of stabilize her staff. We've realized there was a lot of teachers that were moving. So, in discussions with her area superintendent and her team, they talked about what are things that they could do. What are some things that need to happen. And so we're seeing those, decreases in the number of staff leaving. And so we're very pleased to hear that as she's done her survey, so that's a big thing for us. We know that in order for schools to be effective, you've got to have the right people on the bus, but you need them to stay there. You need that. So certainly anything that we can do as a central ILT, as a superintendent's council, we're going to do that to support her in trying to retain her staff there. Professional development, of course, that's you know, in our future? What are their needs? You know, this is getting into the time of the year where they start, all campuses are starting to assess their needs for next year and beyond. So what are those needs? Those needs are communicated with area superintendent, with the PD department. We'll customize. So those are the types of things. I was also so glad to hear and see, and we're seeing this on a lot of our campuses, the number of clubs that are growing, trying to keep kids connected to something. That's critical, that's important. Choice type programs, you heard her talk about STEM. We're looking for places and opportunities, you know, where we can have programs. And she's saying, you know, that has made a tremendous difference, especially in her fourth grade. So, you know, it's really campus by campus, you know, based on the things and the conversations. When the area superintendents go in and they have their mid-year reviews and they're having conversations with the principals, you know, we're trying to figure out what we can do. Central oversight, they're part of it this year. You know, last year when we developed that idea, we had one campus. And so then the discussion came, I think it may have been from Dr. Page, that said, you know what, we need to invite the principals, okay? Absolutely, because it is a collective, collaborative effort. We're listening and we're attempting our best to respond and hear what the needs are, not only at these campuses, but everywhere. Boy, I wish we could multiply ourselves, but I think that all of our heads together are better than one. We're trying to make sure that we're putting the right people in the right places and making sure that we do give while we give guidance, you know, central instruction, our mantra is we lead, serve, and support. And so sometimes, you know, we have to step in, and you've heard, I think, Ms. Bird saying that, you know, there are some things that through central oversight we've asked to see happen, but also we listen. And so we realize that sometimes there are things when I'm meeting with, you know, principals of my principal advisory. They're advising, they're sharing things. So we're saying, you know, we need to make these adjustments. So that's really kind of where we are.
I agree. I appreciate you really stepping in and talking about that. And I apologize not to put you on the spot and ask you that question, but for me as a board member and people have asked us questions and we get, you know, patron presentations about what's happening in the campuses as well. And so we to kind of get a feel, and even to go on further, you know, as part of our job as trustees to help monitor, you know, at the governance level and listen to see, you know. So when we have those discussions, we're like, oh, yes, this is happening at Florence, this is happening at Cummings, this is happening at Bass. So we can look at that and try to make some right decisions when we start looking at programs and voting on certain things, you know, as a board. You know,
like she says, central oversight meets once a month. I'm not required to go, but I do go once a month, and they talk about all of the things that each person in that meeting is responsible for. Myself and all of the district folks, and they do it. They're on my campus, they're in the classrooms, they're in the meetings. And I also wanted to mention that my campus is going through the ESF diagnosis process right now as well. I had TA visit on Monday, observe all day and look at classrooms and meet with teachers, and that clarified a lot of information I talked to you guys about tonight, actually. It was a rigorous process, but it was a very educational and clarifying, and she's going to come back and really help me focus to make sure, because a lot of times our TASE goals have been very similar from year to year. So she's going to help us focus on what you guys call root cause. They don't call it that really anymore, because she's looking at so many data points that she's going to help me really focus on where we really need to start next year with our plan, regardless of how we do.
And I do want to say one thing too. No, I don't hear you. I saw the look on her face. With Back to Schools framework, and we talked about it so much here. I really can't remember if we shared just even a tidbit with the board.
Okay,
very good. Sorry. Thank you. See, my light's on. Okay. More to come.
So I wasn't teaching you today. You already knew it. That's good. That's good.
So I have, how many, Ms. Brody, you have another question? You just have another question? Okay. Ms. Butler.
So Ms. Starling, I looked at your data over the period of 5 years and noticed that the trend is doing very well with their students, that there is some growth from those kids that have been continuously enrolled. And I appreciate the work of you and your staff, what's been happening despite the economic challenges and the ESL kids. So talk to me about why you chose to have a STEM Academy at your campus, and the programs that you chose there specifically, and what that connection was for you.
I would have to say, I would speak back to what I said at the beginning about the tightening up of that team. I was able to put together a team this year that I could trust to put together STEM Academy, because there's a lot of extra work that comes with that. They work on project-based learning projects. They had one in the fall, one in the spring, and then they also have some kind of mini ones. And that is in addition to all of the TEKs they have to cover, all of the things they have to do to prepare for STAR. But what it did is it focused them, it organized them, it brought them together as a team to talk about all of the content areas and how they could help each other within their content areas, writing, helping with math, with science, all of that. And then it also, to be frank, it just showed what our kids can do. I mean, if any of you were able to come to any of our showcases, they were amazing. What the kids put together, and not just what they put together, but the way they were able to speak about what they put together. The way they were able to show it on a PowerPoint, or, they weren't just, posters on the wall. They were all different ways of showing what they made, and, you have kids that you think would never speak, and they're telling all about their projects, and it just shows you what they're able to do, and it really is a kind of a model for my other grade levels that, you might have kids that are coming in below level, but they have these other talents that can feed into the areas that need growth. And that's what I feel has happened certainly in 4th grade this year, between the kids coming in and the teachers working so closely together as a team.
And then my other question was about the leverage leadership that you said that you had. What is that?
It's a book. It's a book. Same author from Getting Better Faster, which is the book my leadership team is using with their leadership coach. But what it has is, and I'm happy to share any of these documents with you. It has a class analysis document and a student analysis document where they look at their most recent assessment, or kind of a culmination of assessments, kind of depending on the grade level, and they look at where their lowest areas on those assessments were, and they have to reflect and think about why the kids did not do well, what they're going to do next, what they need to do differently, and then they do the same thing with each student. They have to list each student, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, what they're going to do next for this student.
All of those books in there, the same individual that I sent the information writes that book as well, so I get something I'm going to talk about that. But let me ask, here's 2 questions I have. One is for probably Mr. Woods and Dr. Powell. Certified behavior specialists, are they assigned to campuses, or this is district-wide, right? I'm going to ask because that's a staffing issue.
So currently we have a task specialist, but later in the presentation I'm going to share with you some things that we've done. We've gone to these campuses and sought input from them, and I'll share with you some things that we've learned and what we plan for next year.
All right, well, I look forward to that. I mean, I've seen that in various districts about the behavior interventionists, and most of them are at the district level, so I was wondering if they are at the district level, how do they get dispersed to the campuses? Is it based on needs and things like that? The other thing, which we have been talking about social emotional needs and the rest of us, so I'm looking forward to that. The other thing is, you said certified math interventionist. When you're having an interventionist Title I, so I don't understand, help me understand how you lost an interventionist. They are based upon your student population, so are we stretching and providing more math intervention to maybe students who are Tier 2 and not the Tier 3, or what happened?
Why do I not have that interventionist? Is that what you're asking? I got a small decrease in my Title I funds, and my Title I math interventionist costs more money than what I had. So I actually had, because I didn't have enough money to pay his, I mean, it wasn't me paying the salary, it's Title I paying the salary.
Right.
I still had quite a bit of money because it wasn't quite enough for him, but it was extra money that I was able to use for all of these things that I kind of spoke about. But he's a veteran teacher who makes a higher salary, and it wasn't a lot less Title I, but it was enough less that it wasn't enough for him to, and I was able to actually move him into my math specialist position, because that person got promoted, so I didn't lose him on my campus, I lost the unit.
Right. I was just concerned because I'm thinking title is based upon the student eligibility, and if you have so your decrease in Title I money was because what decrease in students happened?
I have had a decrease in student enrollment.
All right. So I just wanted to kind of pull that out. When I hear that, I'm thinking.
I fund 3. I fund 3 Title I.
Okay. You fund 3 Title I positions? And one of them is
they're all very veteran. They're all quite veteran teachers.
All right. Thank you so very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, so to introduce our final principal from Landis Elementary, Ms. Kelly Upshaw. If you need to stretch, please. Good evening, board, and Mr. Chambers, thank you for allowing me to be here. I was listening to all of the questions, so I'll try to make sure I include as much of that as I can remember. I'm excited to tell you about the hard work that we have been doing at Landis Elementary. Looking at our data summary, we have shown slight increases in reading and writing from comparing DCA2 last year to DCA2 this year. We've actually shown significant increases in math as well as double digits in 4th grade, and I will talk about when we get to that part exactly some of the things we did to make that growth. As far as just some of the background information about Landis, we currently have 94.8% economically disadvantaged. I looked at the most recent spreadsheet that's sent out. I think this data is a little bit old, the 67.6%. We just had LPAC. We're closer to 73 right now for ELL, and most of it is Spanish speaking. On most grade levels, we only have 2 monolingual classes, and the rest of the classes are bilingual. 23.7% mobility, that comes from the state report. I'm not sure how they calculate it, but just to give you an idea of how that looks just in raw numbers, we are 100% apartments. We do not have any single-family homes. We have some townhomes, but a lot of those are rented out and individually owned. 215 students in 1st grade through 4th grade. We have transaction logs since September. So that doesn't include students who didn't come back or students who we registered in the summer, but just looking at of the students who showed up at the beginning of the year, as of in September, 215 different entries and withdrawals. Looking at 3rd and 4th grade, we had 49 transactions, with 33 of those being entries and 16 being withdrawals. That's in 3rd. And then in 4th grade, we had 40 transactions, 30 entries in September in 4th grade classes, and 10 withdrawals. So that's just how it looks in numbers. In the last 2 days, we've actually enrolled 9 students, 3 in 4th grade, 1 in 3rd, 4 in 2nd grade, and 2 in pre-KK. So it just kind of goes up and down, especially with being 100% apartments. Some of the challenges we have faced, on our original tip at the beginning of the year, we were focusing on small group instruction. We've actually focused on that for the last 3 years to making sure that we meet the needs of all students, regardless of where you come in. But the more we started delving into that, the more we started doing walkthroughs, we actually noticed that there was a greater need for first-line instruction. And so looking to see how were teachers planning their lessons, what types of activities were they giving the students, making sure that the students had adequate instruction, the modeling piece, then how do you guide them through that, and then when is it time to release them? Because there are very important steps that happen, and sometimes they may have been releasing too soon or did not do enough modeling and guiding.
We also noticed that lessons were related, but not necessarily completely aligned to the rigor of TEKS. So really going in there, it may focus on the particular skill, but say we may focus on identifying and labeling, where the reality is the TEK is asking you to analyze. So those are very different skill sets. Another challenge, we don't have any brand new teachers this year. We actually have a lot of veteran teachers. The difference with that is we have some that may have been teaching for 15 years, 20 years, and sometimes you have your style of teaching, but as students change, that style may not always meet the needs of the students. So we really, we talk all the time about whoever is doing all of the talking is doing all the learning. And so some of our teachers, it's how can you talk less and let the students do more of it. And if you look up, that would be an example of actually a SIOP strategy for Condoline where the students share their information, but then everybody shifts down. You may have done that in some meetings or retreats that you have as well. So those are just ways of making sure that we embed those types of activities so students are doing more of the talking so that they're also doing more of the learning. Specifically, as far as some of the actions for reading, we did work with our school improvement specialists to help us help teachers understand the TEKS better and how to plan those lessons to make sure that they're the correct level of rigor. We also changed the reading lesson plan template in 2nd through 4th grade to make sure that teachers truly understood if we're talking about poetry, what specifically are those vocabulary words and what do they mean? Because sometimes the teacher may not really know what they meant as well, so making sure the teacher had enough information about the TEK and the objective before actually teaching it to the students. In 2nd and 3rd grade, we did a lot of work on planning and just helping them understand how to develop a lesson. With the new one, we actually did some after-school planning where they all stayed together. And for 3rd grade in particular, and then I know that's not the data that y'all received, but looking from DCA 1 to DCA 2, in 3rd grade reading, they actually went from an AMM of 14, which was 23rd in the district. The district average was 22 at that point. And then on DCA 2, they went up to a 27. And when you talk to them, it's about the planning. They really felt that the best part was the students understood better because they understood the concepts better. They knew the actual resources. They worked as a team to select, okay, we're going to use this biography, or we're going to use this poem and do those things. I'm sorry, I have this. And that helped motivate the teachers. So if you ever think about, I could use diets and working out, if you're really doing something strictly, you're really working hard on it. They were doing a lot of hard work, but the data wasn't originally showing it. But after they did the hard work on the planning and the data showed it, well, it's motivated them, hey, we can do better. Because I think we went from 23rd in the district to 18th. And so that helped to motivate them to say, hey, we're going to keep pushing up. We don't want to even be here. We want to go higher. So that's some of the ways that, that did help. Thinking about math planning. In 4th grade, we talked about how they made such great gains. We did spiral review for the DCA 1 deficits. So basically, every day we were hitting those same things that they didn't do well on DCA 1, so that we were remediating for DCA 2. We also implemented more opportunities for hands-on and real-world connections. So looking at some of the teaching styles like we talked about with the veteran teachers was more of let me talk or let me show you how to do this computation. Okay, so if we're talking about fractions, we had biter brights and they took the lines and they cut them into equal parts when we were talking about it. So just making sure that we're doing those real-world connections. And also we improved the implementation and accountability for iRating. It's a new program, so most of the teachers really weren't familiar with it or what it can really do, but we have seen that when teachers use it with fidelity, that it makes a huge difference in filling in some of those gaps that the teacher may not be able to do, so that's what we did in math. We also did some targeted staff development. Our content coordinators, as well as school improvement specialists, they attended our long-range planning, so before each 9 weeks, we would have a whole day where those grade levels would actually spend the whole day planning and making sure that they have really good aligned lessons. And we do it in all grade levels, not just 3rd and 4th, pre-K through 4th. They also attend the weekly planning meetings for 3rd and 4th grade, and they provided training as we needed for teachers. I know Mr. Snyder came over a lot for math, And then there were others for reading that came. We had several who were coming with reading because we had different people who support. And then our reading facilitator and the school improvement specialist worked directly with our language arts specialist to help her just kind of, how can I say, attack or really know where to spend most of her time to help make positive changes in reading. From a writing perspective, looking at last year's writing scores, I know across the state they went down, definitely across the district, but definitely looking at that, trying to figure out what's going on with our students in writing. And one of the things when I looked at the data was most of our students who were scoring okay were at a 2, and a 4 is the highest. So if everyone's just in this 2, what do we need to do systemically, starting from pre-K on up, to make sure by the time they get to 4th grade that they are writing much better than they are now? We should have some students who are writing a 3 and a 4, but we actually have very few. And also, as we said, the training and first line instruction, just showing them how to model, how to guide it, and then when do you go ahead and release it. Next, we had school-wide accountability. I explained kind of how we were holding lower grade levels accountable for what they're doing with students. And even though we have high mobility, we do have students who still stay with us and who may start there in pre-K and K and continue through 4th grade. When we looked at the continuously enrolled students from last year, just pulling that report, we definitely, there's a noticeable, sometimes even double-digit difference in approaches and also sometimes in needs. But at Masters, it was not much. It was very minimal with the difference between whether you started with us, and I'm not sure exactly the calculations for what is considered continuously enrolled. However, we did notice at Masters there wasn't a great difference on whether or not you started or not. So to work on that, all teachers actually set target groups in October for their students. So pre-K understands, approaches, needs, masters, all the way through 4th grade. And they set those target groups in reading and math. And each grade level used the end of year expectation for the needs category. So for instance, in kindergarten, the minimum expectation is you're reading on a 6. So normally, that's the goal of the kindergarten teachers, how many kids can I get to a 6? Well, we've had to do a shift and just say, well, how many kids can you get above a 6? How many kids can you get to 8 or 10? So that the next teacher can continue to grow those students, since approaches, meets, and masters is the actual terminology that we're assessed with 3rd and 4th grade. So pre-K looked at letters and sounds, kinder at first looked at reading levels, 2nd through 4th we used CCAs and DCAs, and all of them have a tracking folder. So we wanted to go away from looking at the data to see where students fell, and actually saying, what do I know this child is capable of? So then I've already put them in these groups in October because you've had them about 6 to 8 weeks, so you should know enough about your students to be able to say, yes, I think I can definitely get this student above level. This one I'm going to push to get as close as they possibly can. So when we're looking at data, it's no longer about what did they actually get. It's about did they meet my target. So we've done that in reading and math. We also have individual data meetings after DCA 1 and DCA 2 with all 3rd and 4th graders, 3rd and 4th grade teachers, and we also did it with 2nd grade and 1st grade recently. 3rd and 4th grade students actually set their own goals, so they also understand if their approaches meets or masters. We had a writing DCA, and the prompt last year, because that's what the writing DCA was something about hard work. Tell about a time you had to do something that was hard or hard work, and so all of ILT and all the 4th grade teachers, we get together to score them, because there's a lot of them. And we were reading about kids talking about, well, I'm currently in approaches, and my goal is to get to meets, and these are the things I need to do to be able to get to meets. So students have also owned that terminology and understanding where they are in setting goals. They set goals for DCA 2 and STAR. We recently had a goal celebration, a growth celebration, for students who met specific criteria. Between DCA 1 and DCA 2, 184 students met that goal. We had a bounce house that they did last week. And so either on one or both of the tests, just for meeting that criteria. So that's what we're doing with students. For differentiation, we also have additional part-time interventionists. Through our central oversight meetings, we had the opportunity to have some good conversations
And we're able to, with the help of central office and Dr. Page, and Ms. Montgomery, being able to actually hire 2 additional meets and masters interventionists. One of them is the former math specialist and interventionist from Budawig that I currently work for, so she's there for math. And for reading, I do not know her, but it was a name that was brought up to me at a meeting, and we know each other very well now, but she also does it for reading. One of the things we did when we talked about 4th grade only having a slight increase when we looked at the difference between DCA 1 and DCA 2, we actually did differentiated reading intervention 3 days a week. So on those days, every single student in 4th grade goes to intervention for 40 minutes. And we grouped them based on their DCA 2 scores to make sure that students had like needs. So for instance, if I'm in the Meets and Masters group or I did really well, then I'm going to go to this group with other students who have the same needs. It does help, Nikki Gabald helped us put them all in DMAC, so that when you run data, we can run them by those small groups. So you don't have to run the entire class and then figure out, how my kid did. You get to see just your group of kids, every single question, what they put for everyone, did they get it right or wrong. So an example where that helps is, we've been doing a couple of checkpoints, because DCA 2, at this point, is old data. And on the most recent one, when we pulled the Meets and Masters group, out of 13 out of 34 questions, they didn't need to go over. So that interventionist knew, I don't need to focus on these 13, I need to focus on the skills for the rest of them. Then for writing, as we said, the students were not scoring above a 2. We do monthly writing PLCs. All of the teachers in pre-K through 4th were trained to write from the beginning and beyond. Last year, kind of asked some other principals what are you using to help them better understand a system for writing. So right now, if you go into 1st grade, they know that you start with a circle map, and you go to a tree map, then how it looks when you continue to write. So having that one system, so when you go to the next grade level, if you were here the previous year, the teacher doesn't have to teach that format anymore. They understand what it is. The 1st grade writing is awesome. Now 2nd and 3rd and 4th, we're playing catch up. Normally what they said best practice was to start obviously at the lower grade level and wait for it to work up, but time is of the essence. So we're working at each grade level where we are, so the 3rd graders this year have focused on writing a lot to at least bring up stronger 4th grade writers for next year. And the goal is that by the time they leave 3rd grade, they're already a strong 2, so that the 4th grade teacher only has to work on getting them to a 3 or 4, as opposed to them just trying to get to a 2. And making sure they have a strong grasp of capitalization, basic punctuation, and complete sentences. So that's a lot of the hard work. If you can go back one more. So next is just kind of looking at it. If you look at that picture, that's actually from Explore UT Day. I'm a Texas ex, so definitely I wanted to take some students to my alma mater. But they have Explore UT Day, and it's once a year where thousands of kids across the state come to visit the University of Texas. And so that is in front of the UT Tower. And so that's just kind of looking at one of the things we do for student motivation. These are some of the things that we have been doing to motivate students. And the biggest piece is trying to make sure that we make the connection with them, that when you are a good citizen and when you work hard in class, that actually opens doors to new opportunities for you. So we do have clubs, and we do have all of those types of things and different field trips, but they're also related to a behavior component. You have to be a good citizen in class. You have to get certain grades in class for behavior, because everybody can behave. And then the second part is the work ethic. So even if you're not passing, are you working hard? Are you growing? Are you doing those things that you need to do to become higher? We have Accelerated Reader, which is a reading program where they read books and they take tests and they earn points. We have monthly challenges. We have an AR wall of fame with all the kids' pictures as you go through the different point clubs. What else? We actually open our library 2 evenings a week, 2 evenings a month from 3:15 to 5:30, and parents can bring their students, even if they don't go to our campus, and check out up to 7 books. And so, because the Alief Library is quite a distance from Landis, and a lot of our parents don't have transportation, so some of our regulars at 3:15, they're ready to go in the door, they get their books, and then they're good for the next 2 weeks for their students.
Cycle program is an ongoing partnership with Cycle Houston, and it's for second graders, and they actually give away free bikes. There are several schools, in the district who have it. This is our second year with them, so there were 110 students who met their reading goal between August and December. So we did a big bike thing right before Christmas. Monday clubs, we have those. We have ukulele, board games, video games. Once again, it's for 3rd and 4th grade students, but behavior and work ethic, your teacher has to recommend you. If you get an office referral, you go on probation. If you have more problems, you get kicked out. And just helping them understand that. We have leadership clubs, our boys club, our girls club, dance teams, soccer teams. We go over to Horn. We were undefeated as of Saturday, so we finished with great. And the good thing with that is last year we lost quite a bit. So in the spirit of competition, we don't like to lose. We started earlier, we practiced, we did a lot of different things, and we were undefeated. I don't know if anybody else was, but we were. And I would like that on the record. So we talked about the UT Austin field trip. So in order for students to go to the UT field trip, they had to have a certain number of AR points. They also had to have behavior and grades and work ethic. And so that was our January, February incentive for 4th grade. The next one is the 4th grade sleepover. So this will be our 3rd years for the rite of passage, where the 4th grade students spend the night at Landis. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, and it's like the week before we get out of school. But once again, no office referrals. You have to have a certain behavior component. Your teacher has to say you're working hard. And so that's the big thing right now. So I don't see a lot of 4th graders in the front because everybody wants to spend the night at the school. And they get to play video games till like 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's something they really enjoy. And the last thing we just started doing this year is the administrators meet to masters groups. Myself as well as the 2 APs, we have our teams, our dream teams. We selected them based on different things. For 4th grade, we looked at who were our meet to masters students from last year, whether they were performing currently at meet to masters. They were on those teams, as well as anyone who has been performing in meet to masters. So we compete. And I have Miss Upshot Smarties, Miss Smith Smithosaurus, and Miss Love's Lioneers. And so basically at the end of each assessment, we do our AMM. So all of our teams have had the opportunity to win and enjoyed the winning, so it's a challenge. Like my team is all 3rd graders, and we beat all of 4th grade in math. So they were not very happy, and as we walked out to our extra recess with our treat, we made sure they knew that we were going out to celebrate our win over 4th grade, and then they pretty much annihilated us the next week. But it's all in fun and getting the kids really motivated and saying, hey, what do I need to do to be on your team? Hey, make a 70 on at least one of your tests. Some of the kids who are on the team may be better in reading and not as well in math, but we just need one. And so we've been adding each week kids to those groups. Ooh, okay, the last one. For flexibility with the use of staffing allocations, I know you've heard about losing, you've heard about blocking, you've heard about small class size. Sometimes I need them all. It just depends. So just knowing that it just depends on the actual staffing. For instance, we looped several grades or several teachers. This past year, we looped all of our 3rd grade bilingual up to 4. But now looking at with the flexibility piece, for next year, we only have 3 bilingual spots allotted. We've tried a 3-way block before, it does not work well. At elementary, intermediate worked lovely, but at elementary it did not work well at all. We tried that last year in 4th grade. So in that situation, knowing that I don't feel any of those teachers would be most comfortable in a self-contained classroom, one of the flexibility pieces might be, hey, can we have an additional unit to be able to keep those teachers blocked? This year, we did have the flexibility of the additional unit that all IR campuses were given. I used that in monolingual 4th grade, so that really helped because by the numbers, we were supposed to lose a unit. But we would have also lost a really good teacher, and we did not want that to happen, so that's where I utilized it. But it's also a good thing because now those classes which were originally sitting at 9, 12, and 15 are all at 18. So we would have had to go back and add it later. So just trying to think of those things. For teacher growth, I feel like a writing specialist would be very helpful.
someone who could actually focus on writing and continue the things that we have done. Obviously, we had to pay a consultant to come in and do the training. There are some people in the district who are trained, but it would help for me to be able to send that one person to training to be able to really understand right from the beginning and beyond, to really help align vertically what's going on with writing. Also with the language arts specialist position, you're the reading specialist, you're the writing specialist, and the social studies specialist. So on a campus where we already have a lot of reading and writing needs, that's a lot for one person. Student growth, we do not have any dedicated math interventionists. I do pay for half of the salary for 2 title people. One of those people does all reading, the other person does half and half. However, with the change in the new bilingual framework, that other person who does half and half is bilingual. And with our 3rd grade instruction in reading being all in Spanish, I really need to be able to dedicate that person only to reading. We do have part-time math interventionists. Like I told you, we have with the retired Budowick specialist. However, to be able to just dedicate that one person to that position would really be helpful as far as the campus goes. I know people would like to know about staff retention. Currently, there are 2 primary teachers who are going to neighboring districts, mainly because one is getting closer to home. The other one's going to an all-primary campus. There are about 5 teachers, 3 at primary and 2 at star grade level. They are currently looking for other opportunities. We have 1 primary teacher retiring. And there are 2 teachers, 1 primary and 1 star grade, who hope to get a position as a specialist because they're currently in the pool. And now I'm not nervous anymore, but I'm done. I think I've everything. Any questions?
Okay, board. Any questions, Ms. Trustee Brown? No, I mean, she's the queen of data. I always thought I was, since she's going the data route, I'm gonna let her go first.
Well, so thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. And I was really happy to hear that some of the things that you're actually using some of Patty's work with research and having those kids set their own goals and looking at their data. And I mean, it shows that how that impacts student achievement is, it goes, there's a good high impact there. So I love to hear that. The other thing that was very impressive is that how much you knew about everything that's going on the campus, and how you could speak to that right off the top of your head. Not that you're not on that campus, but to the detailed level, I appreciate that. And also, thank you for our Landis shirts. We got last week, and I will wear it probably.
I want to make some general statements about all of the presentations, though not specifically to Landis. So this is general statements. Actually wrote a long note, so it's going to take a minute. It's not directed.
Okay, so.
Well, I can make it. I appreciate the presentation. It makes you feel a lot more about what's going on. I'm kind of echoing on what Ms. Pro was saying about, you can just talk about it. Being a little nervous and so forth. And really the only statement I wanted is to all the 6 principals who are here. Thank you for your time as well for doing this. We're not trying to put you on the gun. We want you, to understand that we as a board are passionate about this district. We would do this just because we want, just to do something. We really do care about what's happening on campus. We want to see what's happening on campus, listen to it, and feel the passion that's coming, from there as well. So there's really there's really no wrong presentation. If you just talk from your heart and you know your campus, you know your students, you know your staff, then that's what we want to hear. I was been on board for 12 years. I know that back in the early time when we would get a lot of presentations and it was like telling us what we want to hear and not necessarily what we need to hear. And so that's what we want. Not to tell us what we want to hear. We want to feel what's out there at the campuses. So we really truly feel it. And it's, going back to an early vote that we did earlier, just to kind of explain, is some of the items were taken off the agenda because we wanted for the for y'all to know, and for the community to know, and for the staff to know, that we don't just, okay, yeah, these teachers are contracted recommendations or administrators, we do look at that list. You know, we do have questions, we do bring it up with administration, we do that. So it's a really important part that we do look at it, and we're not just wiping the brush of our consent agenda and just doing it just because it's there. You know, we really care and looking at what's happening. So.
Thank you, Dr. Upshur.
Doctor, thank you. Plan it before it happens, I appreciate it.
I'm gonna, Ms. Key, she's gonna give a general statement before,
General statements. I want everyone to know that I'm really glad that the principals came to provide reports, and I appreciate all the hard work and effort that went into that, in addition to all the hard work that they do every single day to help our campuses. And I want them to know that the board supports them in those efforts, and that we recognize and appreciate their hard work. I also recognize that our obligation is to lead the day-to-day operations to the district, and that really the only person that we can hold accountable is Mr. Chambers and his designation. We want to focus on the results. We want to maintain our oversight responsibilities without stepping into the weeds of the day-to-day operations of the IR schools. I want to continue to receive the data reports that we get in board notes every week or when they're necessary. Maybe we can even come up with a virtual IR data wall that will help us maintain that oversight without burdening the campuses any further. We all want the IR schools to improve. I don't think there's any question that we want our IR schools to improve. We can look at the data, we can listen to campus reports, listen to the narratives that we've listened to. But as a board, we can't prescribe what should be done to make these things happen. We can hold, like I said, Mr. Chambers accountable and responsible. And also know that I cannot continue to ask the same questions of the same people and expect my questions to be the impetus that produces change. I can make improving performance at IR campuses a #1 priority as a board member. But the only person, again, that I can hold accountable for that is Mr. Chambers. And he and I had that conversation, so he's not surprised. And he wasn't surprised when I said that because he already knew that. And if we continue to see a decline in performance at the IR schools, then it's our responsibility as a board to make a change. So we will need to find out what is working, what's not working, and then hold the person that we have governance over accountable to that. One of the things that I heard was that maybe we need to have a look through an independent and objective assessment to find out how we monitor as a board the performance of our IR schools and what do we hold our superintendent accountable to for change in the performance of those IR schools. So actually I had a few weeks to think on this because a lot of this was written after the last board meeting when I was participating via video conference. And I want to make sure that our schools know that we support them, that our schools know that we know that they're working hard, and that we appreciate all of the efforts that the principals, the teachers are providing. What I don't want to do is to continue to put them in the limelight of being the saviors of their campus. We all have a lot of work to do. So thank you, everyone. That's all.
So we have this slide that says we are unique. And I want to remind us all that we are in the people business. You've witnessed the complexity tonight, the style, the demeanor, the emotions. All of those things were demonstrated this evening. We're very fortunate to have those leaders in our district who embrace the challenges that they are faced and are available to them on a regular basis. Therefore, I appreciate your approval of the administrator and teacher contracts, because those are the people who make the mission and vision come alive. Nancy started us with thoughts about synergy. We collaborate and we cooperate for the benefit of the variety of children who attend school in Alief ISD. Therefore, we invite you to the race courses at Cummings, at Horn, at Landis, as well as the other 43 campuses that comprise the thrills and the excitement of Alief ISD every single day.
Just real briefly, you're getting ready to hear a presentation on staffing and an update on budget. It's going to address a lot of the plans or the ideas that as a result of what we've been going through for the last 8 or 9 months. How we're going to do this. I won't be asking you to make any decisions, but along with everyone else, probably the toughest job in public education is being a campus principal, even in good times. And the pressures, the responsibilities, the expectations placed on the campus principal right now is it's unheard of across the planet. No, I don't know of a state, much less the country, that puts as much responsibility on a person to lead a group of adults to lead children than Texas. And I spent some time overseas. I was in Singapore a couple of years ago. Spent 10 days talking with the Prime Minister of Education. It was just interesting listening to how each country views each education system. And one of the things that stuck with me was how hard and innovative and creative the education system in the United States, how hard the education system works in the United States to be creative and innovative. He said, in my country, we will always rank first in PISA scores. Yes, that's what we do. He said, but we will never create a Steve Jobs. Our system will never create a Bill Gates, it will never create a Michael Dell, it will never create a Mark Zuckerberg because of our strict rigidness. He goes, that airplane you flew over here across the Pacific Ocean, while your plane was coming over here, we were sending 5 across to study your system. And so I appreciate everything that you guys have talked about, and the assessments and what we have to do there goes without saying. But I also don't want us as a district to lose sight of creating the whole child. And we've heard, the 3 components that our economy looks for are problem solvers, thinkers, people who work in groups, and people who communicate. And while we're attempting, and we will be successful, there is no doubt, I have the utmost confidence we will be successful with STAR test. And we will move our campuses along. That's a focus. I have most confidence we'll get there. I just want us, we're going to do that with also creating a student who's going to be well-rounded and who's going to be prepared when they leave our system to do well in the workforce in higher ed or in the military. That's my commitment. And as far as holding me accountable, absolutely. I mean, you don't go into this job without knowing that. I mean, you give a day of superintendents to it's just the way the structure is. If you don't like it, don't go into it. I teach classes all the time. If you don't like that responsibility, then don't pursue the superintendency. So I accept it. I've been accepting the accountability for 15 years now. That doesn't bother me one bit. Matter of fact, I welcome it. But we're gonna thrive, and we're gonna drive. And in a couple of years from now, we're all going to be more proud than we've ever been of what's happening not only at these 6 schools, but the growth that we're seeing across our district. So thank you very much for you 6, but on behalf of every principal in this district and every principal in this state, thank you for what you do and for accepting the responsibility that's placed upon you. You have my utmost respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. And I'm not going to prolong the time with wonderful principals is here. Thank you for each and every one of you coming out tonight. Thank you for those who came to support the rest of the team tonight. Thank you, I appreciate it. No more long speeches for you. Good night. And to the rest of you, the time is, listen very carefully, the time is 9:05, 9:08. And we still have a few other items that we need to go ahead and continue with on our agenda. Thank you once again, the whole team that brought the reporter. We're ready to look at item number 8. We've heard about the what and the why. Now we're going to talk about the how.
Good evening, Board. Our budget update presentation we have tonight, we've got 3 basic topics we want to cover. And it is the first, quickly, a legislative update on finance affecting this year's budget. Then a staffing review of what our thoughts are on staffing for consideration in the subsequent meetings for campuses and support staff, as well as supplemental pay considerations. And maybe a new clicker. Okay, so on the legislative update, there's a lot floating around right now, but I want to give you just a kind of a quick overview of what's out there for school finance reform and increases in funding for schools. So there, right now, the key bills that are still in the pipeline for the massive school finance rewrite is House Bill 3. Along with that is a companion on the Senate side, which is Senate Bill 4. That one is all but dead now. Okay, so they usually start off with very close to each other. They have their own nuances, but now Senate Bill 4 has been literally given up on by Chairman Taylor of the Senate Ed Committee. So it's really House Bill 3 is the school finance bill. Been passed out of the House with amendments. It's over for the Senate. Senate Ed Committee's been referred to them. They were going to hear it today, and at the last minute they bumped it to next week. And the reason is because also at the same time there's 2 other significant bills in the Senate that are getting power plays. One is Senate Bill 2, which is by Bettencourt, and that is the tax cap bill. And the other one is Senate Bill 3 by Nelson, Jane Nelson, which is the teacher raise bill on the Senate side.
Right.
Okay, so the 3 things that are really still moving out of those 4 are House Bill 3, and that's the one I'm going to talk about tonight, Senate Bill 2, tax cap, which is getting a lot of play in the press, especially with cities and counties, and then Senate Bill 3, which is the teacher raise bill that the Senate proposed. This is the one that Lieutenant Governor Patrick talked about in public, and tweets went out and everything, which was the $5,000 per teacher. Not for anybody else, but for teachers. Okay, so that bill is still not been sent to the House. So House Bill 3 is now for the Senate Ed Committee to hear, and they are going to have public testimony on it, and then at some point they're going to have to work together in conference committee, because they're not going to pass it the way it is, along with Senate Bill 2 and Senate Bill 3, those 2 pieces of key legislation that the Senate wants done, which is they want a tax cap so that taxes can't continue to grow based on appraisals creeping quickly, and then the Senate Bill 3, which is the teacher raise bill, they somehow have to work that in together with what's already in House Bill 3. Okay? So I'm going to go over House Bill 3 because that's made the most progress thus far and is the most comprehensive. Somehow this is going to get worked in together with those other 2 ideas. Okay. Yeah, I'm not covering every single point, but these are the main points in House Bill 3, which I want to say, Andrew's telling me, this is good. This is good. I make it sound like, oh, it's ominous. This is good for Alief, okay? So, the first thing it does is it removes the cost of education index. Since 1991, we've been receiving 16% of a multiplier on per child funding based on the fact that we're urban and that we were paying very well in 1991, according to the whole state. The whole state was apportioned out with a cost of education index. They're taking that away. That's a big driver of funding for us. $35 million of our funding annually is based off that driver. It's gone. Increases to the basic allotment. This is the biggest piece of increased dollars for all districts, increases the basic allotment from $5,140 to $6,030. That's $890 per student before any weights are applied to it. For us, that's about $55 million just alone in that number. So now you're looking at, we're about that 20, right? Increase, 20 million. They added some 30 days of summer instruction, which would be an extended year for campuses that offer K through 5 grade levels. They have to offer it to the entire campus. For districts that want to do it per school level, not district level, per school level, it provides a half-day funding for all those students in that school who attend based on ADA. We'll take ADA. So it is not a summer school. It is an extended year of the current year, but with the intention of having continuity of those teaching staff that they have during the normal year, there to help prevent that summer slide. That would be at district's discretion of what schools it's offered at, if not. Changes to Tier 2 funding. So we have basically, remember from earlier discussions of tax rates in school districts, you have Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 is the basic foundation of the funding for students, and it is right now, for all intents and purposes, it's $1. It's $1 of our M&O tax rate, okay? First dollar is Tier 1, okay? That, by assessing $1 tax rate, we get guaranteed that we're going to get that basic allotment per student, okay? Tier 2 is the enrichment, and that is originally when we were given enrichment pennies, we had it broken into copper, gold, and silver. But right now, we're going to talk about where we currently are, which is gold and copper pennies. So, level 2 of Tier 2 golden pennies are indexed now, instead of to the Austin yield, they're indexed to 160% of the basic allotment. This is going to make a whole lot of sense. I'll show you a graph here in a minute. Copper is being indexed to 80% of the basic allotment. So what that does is that changes that growth. When Austin property values rose real quickly, the state had to come up with more and more money. They won't have to do that. So now it's really going to be based off of every time legislature meets and raises the basic allotment, it automatically raises the level of money we get for Tier 2 pennies, okay? Tier 2 pennies are the pennies that we went after in the tax ratification election in 2008. We took it to the voters, got 8.5 cents. So,
more golden pennies now with the new basic allotment?
we aren't. What we are getting is a conversion of some pennies. Okay, another nice thing is put in there, CTE allotments now expanded to middle school. So we're going to get paid for CTE courses offered in middle school. So to build those pathways out, to have a nice transition into a career center and everything else, we can actually afford to have those CTE programs expand down. GT allotment is not going away. It just got rolled into the basic allotment. There's a lot of talk about it, but bottom line is the GT money's got to be spent on GT kids, and we have to certify that we're going to do it. So it's basically just trying to make it simple. This is the biggest probably change in the whole bill compensatory education. This is the money that we receive for economically disadvantaged students. We currently receive a multiplier of 20%. So 20% of every one of those basic allotment dollars, so $6,030, is allotted in addition to that for every economically disadvantaged student, and that is defined as free and reduced lunch eligible. The change in the bill is, for this coming biennium, would be there will be 5 gradients of poverty, tiers, if you will. And the intent is to give more credit or more dollars for a more challenging community, or more challenging factors of poverty. And the idea is to really eat into generational poverty. So what they did was they put in, we're going to, instead of getting the .20 for just plain economically disadvantaged on free and reduced lunch, I qualify. On free and reduced lunch, instead of getting the 20% kicker, we're getting 22.5%. So every free and reduced lunch kid is immediately worth 2.5% more for basic level. Then the grades of this between 2.25 or 0.25 and 0.275, that's 5 percentage points difference from levels of poverty, are going to be based on census blocks, where the students live, and census block is the smallest geographical boundary according to the census. So within an elementary school, we may have 8 or 9 census blocks. But a census tract, which is a lot of people talk about, is larger. It may encompass 2 or 3 halves of schools. It's not really based on the boundary of our schools. This is going back and looking at every student and where do they live, looking up their census block, and then applying factors about that block from the last census. And that is, there'll be factors of average median income, there'll be average home ownership percentage, average highest level of attainment of education, and highest level of, or average level of single parent households. And other factors the commissioner can decide with the committee. So bottom line is, TEA is going to break the entire state down based on census data by the census block and rate them within one of 5 tiers. Based on where our kids live, we're going to get that particular breakdown of multiplier between 0.225 and 0.275. For Alief, that's big. It's really big. And I want to say this, this is the biggest part of this bill that's really being difficult for a lot of people to handle, is the fact that it takes a lot of money that was being given to urban cities in this cost of education index, including us, and it reapportions it around the state, primarily in factors like increasing bilingual weights and increasing economically disadvantaged weights. So it's putting more money in the schools with higher needs, but on a more equitable level, you know. So you have districts that are very urban that don't have as high of economically disadvantaged populations, and they're not getting a whole lot of money out of this bill because it's kind of moving money around to higher needs areas, okay? I'm putting you to sleep. But bilingual allotment. Great thing here, stays the same, except if you're doing dual language, you get an extra 0.5%, or I'm sorry, extra 5% for a dual language ELL student, if it's in dual language, and you can actually get a 0.5% for a student who's not ELL, but who's in dual language. So the English speaker in the two-way dual will actually get some money for them, which we don't currently get. So that's good. So it's pushing districts to go more towards dual language. Transportation funding is going to be set at basically $1 per mile. That's kind of a net loss for us because we actually get about $1.11 a mile because we're one of the densest districts. So that's not necessarily a good thing, but all over the state, it's a big significant boost for most school districts. There's a nice new weight that's going in place called the early reading allotment, and it's a weight of 10% multiplier again for any student who's economically disadvantaged, bilingual, or special ed in grades kinder through third, period. And it's stacked, meaning if you're economically disadvantaged and you're bilingual, you get both the weights in your kinder through third. That money is to be used for high quality early childhood education. And basically, with that same weight comes the onus that we have to, within 6 years' time, buildings or no buildings, we have to offer full day pre-K to eligible students. Okay? We're already heading that way with our pilot and our bond programming, but at the same time, now they've put some money in and it's earmarked for that. Special ed was at the last minute increased by 5% of a multiplier because the fact that the state fell down on their share of maintenance of effort, paying their share to school districts to meet federal funds. And so therefore we had a representative that said, hey, let's give it all to the schools right now and make sure that we don't fall, the state doesn't have to make this big payment to the feds again. Then at the last minute, Representative Turner had an amendment that was adopted on the bill, and this is their form of a raise. And basically, it's very convoluted, but there's differing opinions about what it means from a legal standpoint. So we don't really know what the true effect is, except that this is what it says, that the difference in the basic allotment for districts between this current year and next year, which we think is $890, that whatever that total amount of dollars is, you take 75% of 25% of that, which is 18.75%, and then that's divided by the total number of full-time employees that you have that are not administrators. So that's bus drivers, attendants, teachers, professionals, and that equal dollar amount is given to everybody that's a full-time employee. It's not an administrator. The other 25% of that 25%, which is 6.25%, that can be used however the district wants to supplement those raises in however way you want, or pay the DRS on it or whatever. So ultimately, there's a lot of differing opinions about what that means, because there are districts who didn't get enough money out of this bill to even pay that raise. We will, but there are a lot of districts that won't. So that kind of puts it in perspective about what Senate Bill 3 is, which is the $5,000 teacher bill. That is no way affordable by a whole lot of districts in the state unless additional money is given on top of House Bill 3, which they currently don't have in the budget. It wasn't adopted in the budget that they've already discussed. So they're going to have a higher sales tax and dedicate a penny towards schools. They're going to have to do some other things to put some more money other than the $9 billion that they already have going towards public ed. Okay? That clear as mud? All right. I'm almost thinking I don't want to go through this slide tonight because it's... What I tried to do was explain the difference in what the tax is going to be next year if House Bill 3 passes. Okay, so bear with me. It's great. It is great for the taxpayers because what it does is it compresses taxes both in Tier 1 and Tier 2. So it reduces the tax rates. And the reason it does that is because it makes up the difference to us by state funding. So they're buying the tax rate down. So that's great. Let's do it. So Tier 1 is $1. That's the bluish bar on the left. The next bar is the gold is 96. That's what it'll be next year. So Tier 1 will be 96 cents. For that 96 cents, we used to get, $5,140 per kid. At $1, we're going to get for 96 cents, $6,030 per student. Then Tier 2 is convoluted. There's gold and copper. They basically squashed the copper, increased the yields on the copper, reduced the yields on the gold, shifted 2 copper pennies over to gold, and the net effect is, for us, it's another drop of, what did I say there? 6. So, yeah, our tier 2 goes, so our total tax rate would be $1.63 and some trailing decimals. So we would, in effect, we would drop our tax rate, our overall tax rate on the M&O side by over 6 cents. And we're going to get more money than we get this year. Okay, so that's the net effect for Alief. There are districts that aren't so good. But for us, taxpayers do well, we do well. Okay? If you want to go into the detail on this, I can go into it later.
I'm going to get on the mic and I'm going to say no.
Okay.
It's exciting news, I do agree. It's exciting news, but the truth is what has not passed.
No, and so when these bills go in the back room and go in conference committee and they come out, it's changed and they have to vote on it. They can't amend it anymore, so it's a do or die. And last session, that's how House Bill 21 died. So, you know, we're still crossing fingers. So right now, we're going to still talk about budget under current law.
Under current law.
Everything's rosy for Alief and new finance bills.
Mr. Woods, I do not like the fact that you're so excited because we sent your video and that excitement is going to spill over into those back rooms and have a conversation and be like, Alief is too excited. So.
He's excited and I'm cautiously
One
optimistic.
moment, Ms. Wentz.
Yes.
I heard that there's a question.
Just a quick question. So if it all works out and we get these additional funds, so when you talk about kind of like the equitable, you know, now once they look at the census tract.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, no. Here's my question. Once the district does receive those funds, is the district required to make sure that those additional funds are used for those campuses that have those higher, like the higher eco-dis and all of those kids, because I'm sure those kids are, I'm not going to say I'm sure, but my spidey sense tells me that some of those kids are kind of in certain schools.
Right, so the rules for compensatory ed spending and bilingual spending are still there. They're not quite as detailed. There's actually a little more flexibility. Yeah, the rules currently under statute, like for bilingual, don't let us spend the money on staffing, on salaries, which is a problem. Because we give a big stipend for bilingual, and we're going to have to probably continue doing that. So dual language has just increased that need. So it's a little more flexible, but no, the intent of it is that we will still track the dollars to the campuses where the kids are, and that flows in just the basic cost of operating the school in staff salaries. I mean, ultimately, there's an additional weight I didn't talk about that's for those poor schools to get an educator effectiveness allotment, which is a whole other, it's a small version of a differentiated pay, but it's on a trial basis as a grant in here. So I didn't want to go all the way down that road, but ultimately the additional monies for compensatory ed are driven off the kid and where the kid lives and where each student lives in the census blocks. So I want to make this point about census block data. Is that this has great news for going this route. The problem is that we are the worst in the area, and I say the metropolitan area, for responding to census. And so therefore, I know in my heart of hearts, we are going to be underrepresented in this first blush, which means we're going to have to really get out and we have to really be cognizant of the reasons why people want to fill that census out, and we've got to speak to that. We've got to talk to our legislators about not asking questions they don't want to answer and things like that, because really this is going to drive, this funding can continue to grow just based on getting people to respond correctly next year on the census. So, all that to say, it's still going to be better than most because of what we do have in a lot of apartments and the needs. So I said that generational poverty is going to come out in the numbers. It's just not going to come out as good as it could if everybody had been responding. Does that make any sense?
It does, and yeah, so I guess my question was, that when we look at the budgets for if this passes for the next year, is it still just equal across, would it be equal across all campuses, or would it be?
No, it's going to come out differently in staffing. So, just like it does now, but at the same time, well, those comp ed dollars, those bilingual dollars get eaten up in the staffing at the campus. That's the biggest expense. So it just means that at those high needs campuses, we might be able to offer some additional supplementals to make that an attractive place to stay or provide continuity and other things that we haven't been able to do because we've been strapped.
The bill doesn't require a district to do it. So the question would be at the local level. At the local level, do you put risk factors, risk control, in place, and you fund the dollars to where you're most amenable to it?
Yeah,
and we're talking about that.
So the staffing that she's going to bring up now is based on what we need, regardless of any new funding. This is what we need to do, what we've heard from this whole budget process from departments and campuses, and we've went through the priority statuses of all these and tried to classify what do we really need and where. That's what this presentation is going to be about, getting ready to, we've got to set up a staffing plan regardless of what money we're going to get from the state. And so that's been kept in mind with this, but we can go farther once we know we have some funding above and beyond this actually passed into law. And that's what I see farther means raises, means, and taking care of insurance, okay?
And I have just a quick thing to say about state comp ed, and I know I see Grace in the back out there. She can quote state comp ed rules, chapter and verse. And it has to be supplemental. It can't be direct. One of the things that it does cover is the alternative placement. You can use some of it. So, I mean, there's a lot of laws attached to it.
Yeah, well, there's a little bitty law, and there's a whole lot of TEA regulation.
All right, I love standing up to do a detailed staffing review at 9:30. So
it's okay, you're awesome, so just work your magic.
All right, we have a lot of information to share with you tonight. Some of it, or most of it, will be new this evening. We weren't able to get this out to you in advance to review the presentation prior to this meeting, so I know there may be a lot of questions that we can try to answer tonight, or that we'll answer through board notes or phone calls, whatever, as we go through the next few weeks. So starting off with the elementary teacher staffing, we discussed this a little bit at the last board workshop, and we are projecting less elementary students for next year than we budgeted for in this current year, which, using our standard staffing ratios, results in a reduction of 23.5 staffing units. What we've added for this presentation, and this is after a lot of discussion and reviewing the information that our 6 IR campus principals have shared with us, is that we're recommending 15 additional teaching units for those 6 IR campuses.
Ms. Wax, I'm sorry. Board, in case you're not aware, this is just an addition to that, right? We're looking in we have 2 different staffing reviews, so there's a small one.
Oh, they're both the same version. She printed it, one's off the PDF and one's off the PowerPoint. So you should have,
It came leaning down, and you don't have everything. So I printed both of them.
Yeah, they're both the same.
Right, okay, I'm just saying, I'm saying, one seems different.
Well, I think it's all in the PowerPoint, that small.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, so I don't want the board to be confused, like, what is she talking about? It's all in our hands.
So you have the PowerPoint, and it should be about the fourth or fifth slide.
Apologies, I'll let you.
Oh, that's fine. No, I want us all on the same page for sure. So what we are recommending for the IR campuses, they've expressed how well the smaller class sizes work this year, how they'd like to keep those smaller class sizes for next year, how they would like to be able to block at certain grade levels. They don't want to exceed a 22. You know, our normal staffing ratio is that we don't add a unit until they're at 23.5. We don't delete a unit if it's going to cause them to go under 22. So our initial staffing allocations for every campus, including the IR schools, were using those standard ratios. We've done a better job at identifying supplemental units that are provided to those IR campuses, so we wanted to do the additional baseline staffing the same for every campus, and what we are recommending is 15 additional teaching units at the IR schools. That'll become a little more clear when we look at it campus by campus in a few minutes.
Not each.
Not each, not 15 to each, 15 total to the 6. Various amounts at each campus based on what their ratios look like and what they have been asking for. Intermediate staffing, reduction of 6 teaching units. Middle school staffing, reduction of 8 teaching units. That's using the same ratios that we've used in the past. At the high schools, this is a clicker issue. At the high schools, it's a net reduction of 6 teaching units, and again, these are all attrition-based. It would be a base level reduction of 14, but we're tentatively putting in a placeholder for 8 additional CTE units. That'll be finalized as we get completed course requests from those students, and we know if we're going to need those additional 8 and where we're going to need them and which courses they'll be teaching. So that's still tentative at this point. So then what we really want to focus on and talk about tonight is the other campus-based staffing. So this is any personnel unit assigned to a campus that is not a teacher. So we're talking about counselors, assistant principals, specialists, elective teachers, ESL specialists and interventionists and paraprofessionals, refugee teachers and paraprofessionals, dual language, general, and interventionists. So we have always looked at more than just enrollment when allocating these units, especially at our struggling campuses, but we've looked at it even closer this year based on a lot of the discussions that we've been having for the last several months. For example, on the counselor and assistant principals, we've always used primarily enrollment, but then looked at some other factors also. So when I do the chart this year with counselors and assistant principals, I added free and reduced lunch status. I added other risk factors and incorporated more what our principals were asking for and made notes of those on each of those sheets so that that could be part of the thought process as we make those allocations. The same for every one of the other categories of employees. ESL specialists and interventions have always been allocated based on the number of LEP students at the campus, as well as specialists. So let's see what some of that looks like. Briefly talk about middle school first though. Middle school and high school. O'Donnell is the campus that really stands out as having additional needs. This year, their enrollment has always been slightly higher than the next largest school. This year, or for next year, it's projected to be 190 students higher. That puts a lot of strain on their administrative staff and puts their ratios for both administrators and paraprofessional units much, much higher than the other campus. They also have high risk factors. It's not a low risk factor campus either. So we're recommending an additional assistant principal at O'Donnell and 2 additional middle school paraprofessionals. Our innovative academies continue to grow and add grade levels. You know, we started those with just the one dean of innovative academy and a counselor unit. Those are the only allocations outside teachers for those programs. We're recommending a secretary to support that dean and the counselor. Right now, it's kind of piecemeal among several different campus secretaries to provide that support, and we really need it centralized in one place. I've subtracted from the total for middle school and high school positions for additional CTE funding that we're projecting based on adding those additional CTE teachers and additional students in those courses. So Charles was talking about the weighted funding that we receive. When we have more students enrolled in those courses, we expect it to generate additional revenue.
So higher enrollment due to what for that particular campus? We haven't done a boundary change, so why is that one a higher enrollment?
It's been higher for a long period of time. It's not 190 higher again next year. In other words, it's that same edge that they have over the next highest.
So over time, it's always been close to 200 more students?
Roughly, yeah. Bootwig, same thing on the intermediate side too. They're very large zones that encompass the whole top above Alief clothing and out in the elementary.
So it would take rezoning to bring those.
Okay, just wanted to be sure we hadn't heard anything.
That's not a new. It's not a new shift. It's just the same.
And we had requests from O'Donnell last year to add additional support. We really didn't have a lot of additional funding. We haven't had for many years, so we've kind of held off on this. But with the prospect of additional funding, this is one place we recommend for that assistance.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so elementary and intermediate is always a lot more complicated really than the secondary campuses. So I've divided it into two different pieces this year. So what we want to look at first is those allocations that we're recommending strictly based on ratios. And that ratio may be the total student population, it may be the number of ESL students, it may be the number of refugee students, but it's strictly ratio-based decision with no additional considerations for specific campus needs for the IR campuses or risk factors that we've been talking about. So I'm not going to read through every one of these. One I would point out is that primarily due to their size, again, our highest enrollment campuses, we have had in the current year, and I believe last year also, administrative intern positions at Holmquist and Budewig. The campuses have requested to convert those to actual assistant principal allocations. It's not that much more expensive. And then we have the full assistant principal unit that can do all the duties that administrators can do that these interns are not able to do. So we're recommending to convert those two units. Outley, again, is a very high enrollment campus, about the same as Holmquist, has requested an additional assistant principal. And again, all this is preliminary and tentative, but we're currently recommending that unit also. Counselors at Smith and Budewig, again, Budewig has continued to grow and needs additional administrative support there. Ewens is kind of the opposite. Their enrollment has been going down the last several years. They've had an additional specialist unit there for many, many years. And we've held off on pulling that unit. We're recommending, since they continue to decline, pulling that specialist unit. Refugee teachers, right now we have 2 that are allocated to SNEED. SNEED's refugee population has shrunk a lot. I think it's at like 14, whereas we have Collins, Chancellor, and Budewig with much larger numbers of refugee students. So we're recommending moving those 2 units from SNEED. And I'll address when we talk about SNEED in particular how we're going to help with that. But pulling those 2 units from SNEED and moving them to Collins and Budewig. Chancellor also has a very high refugee population, so if we look a little further down, I actually had conversations with the principal there about how to best support her with the refugee population, and she would prefer to add a paraprofessional unit versus a teacher unit. She actually has somebody that she's used part-time temporary funds to work with her students that's a paraprofessional that she'd love to be able to bring in full-time if we were able to add that allocation for her. Then we have the 16 additional pre-K aides. Built within that teacher reduction is the addition of the full-day pre-K pilot teaching units. Overall, ratio-based changes would be a reduction of about $1.5 million. Then when we move to supplemental units, this is a combination of a lot of things. It is, we go through our personnel process where principals submit to Superintendent's Council their requests for additional positions. We had a lot of those requests this year. In addition, we've had more information presented in the last 2 weeks about specific campus needs and how they feel they can best be supported. So we've taken those into account. And I wanted to show the board what staffing would look like for these 6 campuses, and that's what we're going to get to next, if we allocate the additional units that they've requested, both through these presentations as well as through the standard budget process. Most of them were in both.
I have a quick question about that before you move on to the next slide. I know we received some stuff in I'm not sure what the board knows or what sort of, but showing about the 6 campuses, and potentially a couple of them may come out of IR because of scores that are projected, so forth. And there's a couple other campuses, 2 or 3, I don't know which ones are out hand, but that may go into IR because of projected scores in March or beginning of the year to do that. So, and I know you're talking a lot about the 6 campuses. So has those discussions happened with those other campuses that are potentially needing that assistance and
We will have those discussions. We just were actually talking about that, Elizabeth and we were talking about it in council. These campuses, even if they came out of IR next year, they're right there on the bubble, so we didn't feel like they wouldn't still continue to need additional support, but we do know that there may be other campuses that may need additional support, and those decisions may have to be made later in the year. So I think the timeline we were talking about on that was late May or early June.
Okay, so I'm just concerned that we're not becoming reactive and we're trying to be something. We're seeing these campuses discussion have being proactive and ask those questions, having those hard discussions before we get some scores and trying to think about that. So I was just, are we being that way, or are we waiting until we get some scores back and then we start having a discussion?
We're having discussions now, but not making any decisions. So we're discussing what the needs that may be coming up.
Okay. Is there any way that we can get some of those ideas or those problems, those campuses in a board notes or something like this? I mean, not that we're getting out in the weeds, but looking at the whole program
Well, what we do with the ratio-based units is we are looking at every single campus. So, and we're not just looking at their enrollment, we're looking at their free and reduced lunch status, we're looking at their risk factors. So you can see we do have some additions on here for non-IR campuses. The focus isn't completely in staffing on IR.
I guess what I'm saying is a discussion.
Supplemental units is on the IR.
I guess what I'm saying is a discussion like maybe you had, I think you get an example with Chancellor, is like based on data, it looks like they need another increase that on the refugee specialist or whatever to do this. But then the principal knows the campus and says, hey, I have this staff member that does it, and it's a paraprofessional. I'd rather move that from that to bring the paraprofessional. That would not have been caught on any of the data and of the projections that you would go on going across the board, you know what I'm saying, by numbers and so forth, without having a discussion with that principal and her recommendations of what's going to be best for her campus.
Well, that was caught because we looked at the number of refugee students by campus. Chancellor had a much higher level. Through the personnel request, she had asked for an additional paraprofessional unit, didn't designate it as refugee, just in her write-up asking for it. So that's when I talked to her and said, hey, we're looking, tell me more about why you need this paraprofessional unit. And that's when she started talking about the refugee. And I said, well, what you don't know is I'm planning to add a refugee teacher to your campus. Would you prefer the teacher or the paraprofessional? She said she'd prefer the paraprofessional.
So Deanna, let me jump in, if I may, and say, Ms. Moreno, you know this as well. when Ms. Wentz has come year after year to bring this information, she brings it by standard, even though we've been having this conversation and those individuals have brought to us some of their needs. I think that the report that's being presented is what you typically do anyway, because this time of year, those principals are already having those discussions. So
I guess what I'm trying to say is that beginning the conversation and in this presentation, which is great, I'm hearing things like, over the last few months we've had the discussions that we're listening to these teacher principals and what they're wanting, we've modified for the, I know you go in detail more by campus, but on the initial part of it, doing that. So my concern is that I totally trust finance. That's not an issue. We would not be in the situation as a district without y'all doing a phenomenal job you've done over, more than what I've been here on the board. But I'm just having those discussions. I just have concern if we're waiting later to have a discussion.
Well, that happens through the personnel request process. So we open it up to campuses and say, submit your personnel requests. They submit, and it's all usually in this other campus staffing. They know how we do the teacher staffing. So there are some requests in those personnel requests that we haven't approved. We'll go back and look at those in conjunction with getting additional data about who may be a struggling campus besides the 6 that we're talking about.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm hoping that the 6 principals that have been here for the last few meetings will maybe go back to their other peers and the other principals and go, you know what, let me go ahead and be more, open, and I can do it instead of saying, hey, this is the way it's been in Alief, this is the way I turn my paperwork in, this is it, you know what, I'm not going to get that specialist. You know what, I'm just going to go ahead and just submit the way I do it. Oh, no, hold on, Charlie. It's not saying that's what all of them will do, but I'm just saying the theory of that, and hearing at the end of these presentations from each principal that they're, asking for certain things. And I'm not saying here as a board or me as a board member saying we're going to fix that. It's a start of a conversation so that they can have conversations with you and Charles and HR and as well as HD to have that conversation. Go, you know what? This is not going to work. We don't have the funding. We don't do. There's other ways you can do things, but I want to have that conversation started. That's the whole purpose.
That's the conversation. The problem that we've had for the last several years is those requests do come forward and we have to only approve the highest priority because we haven't had additional funding. And usually they come through the area superintendents. So the principal submits their request in the personnel process, and then when we discuss it in council, the area superintendents have already talked one-on-one with the principal about that request and why they're requesting it, and then they either support it or don't support it in some cases. During those discussions at council.
Okay. I understand the process. I've never ever asked that question in the 10 years of the process. We've trusted and going, hey, this is the way it's going, and this is the numbers, this is what it is, and it's worked. Now I'm starting to ask more questions.
Well, and there's always so much discussion that goes into it that then we're trying to boil it down and present it to the board.
No, that's okay. All I wanted to say was the calendar has not changed just because those principals came forward. The calendar is always the same when you start talking about allocations. We haven't changed the calendar. And the only reason why I said that is because you mentioned about, I hope they're not telling us later. I don't think that they're telling us later. I think that they're adding that and that's being heard. But I don't think a calendar has changed and we're doing something as to be active. I don't.
I think we've had we've had continued discussions on what can we do to further support these struggling campuses. And so with additional funding available and with very specific requests from the campuses, we've tried to incorporate that into the process along with their personnel requests.
You are paying attention to those schools you look for.
And that's why this is preliminary, because you may see more coming once we're more certain of our funding levels and can go further.
But I'm sure, I'm confident that that's what's happening. I'm just, we got that message to a couple of schools, and I'm just making sure that they're not overlooked. Thank you.
One other point I just want to make is that we're talking about general fund staffing too, and that there's federal fund staffing and there's tutorial dollars and there's lots of other things that have been in play that have been available to these campuses all this time too. And And every year is different. Not every year do they all need and use all those dollars. And so that shift happens every time they take a test, and we just say, oh, we got a problem. So, you know, reacting to a test, we're reacting to a test, because that's what we're getting graded on. But at the same time, that reaction time happens in a cycle where we don't have any additional dollars, and we've got to reallocate something. So it is forcing some changes, and we really don't have a true, like, equity policy laid out already of exactly what factors we're going to use in this decisioning. So that's something that's going to be a priority for us to do. So we're kind of getting started before we get started. So we're trying to react. We're trying to react.
So when we look at supplemental units, and these are at the IR campuses, it's a total of 32 additional units. So I did have a preview copy of the presentation that you had tonight. So when Cummings talked a lot about adding that fine arts integration specialist, we have on a preliminary basis, added that in. When they talked about adding the specialist and the interventionist, we've shown those preliminary additions here too, as well as the behavior specialist at Horn, the writing specialist at Landis. So those were the specific things that we knew ahead of time, of course, were going to be in those presentations. So we've put those into this form so we could cost that out for the board, so you would see the dollar cost of those positions. And then I wanted to talk in detail about staffing at each of those 6 campuses. So again, you'll have the hard copy of this to study later. I'm going to spend a little more time on BEST and then move a little more quickly after that. So don't feel like if I spend a lot of time on BEST that we're going to have 6 more just like that to look at. They tend to follow kind of the same pattern. So we start out looking at enrollment at these campuses. So you can see for 18-19, BEST was projected to have 825 students. They actually had 761. That was as of March. Tentative for next year, their projection is 774. So they're remaining relatively flat between the 2 years. In the area of classroom teachers, we staffed them for the 825 students that we had projected. When there were less students than that showed up, we didn't pull teaching units from the IR campuses. So they have had very small class sizes this year. So if you look on the ratio-based staffing, BEST had 35 classroom teachers that were strictly ratio-based. So that's if I took their current enrollment and calculated the number of teachers that they would need at our strict ratios, it would be 35 teaching units. They actually have 40 on their campus this year. So I've listed 5 of those classroom teachers as supplemental units for this current year. So does that make sense, the thought process? When we look at 1920 for teaching units, for the 774 students at BEST, they would be allocated 38 classroom teachers. We've heard a lot from those principals as they've given their presentations, as they've had conversations with their area superintendents, that they would like to keep those smaller class sizes. They would like to keep the options to block. So what I looked at for BEST is keeping all of their ratios below 22, so in some cases slightly below, in other cases more significantly below. And what would it take to do that? So at BEST in particular, that's an additional 2 teaching units. So BEST would be going from 40 teachers in this current fiscal year, 5 of those basically supplemental that have reduced their class sizes, to 40 teachers next year also. So their enrollment justifies the 38. We're recommending an additional 2. That's on the teacher side. Then we look at all the other positions, the campus-based positions for this school. If we look at block and elective teachers, based on the number of students and the class size ratios that we use, BEST would lose 1 block or an elective teacher. We're recommending that they don't lose that unit, so I've listed that down at the bottom as supplementals. So you can see we're adding the one block teacher at best. When we look at all the other positions that are allocated to this particular campus outside of the standard ratios, and this has been in place for many years at best, they have an additional assistant principal, they have an additional counselor, an additional ESL specialist, an ABL specialist, a behavior specialist, which they've requested some changes in job duties for that particular person that Elizabeth will be working with them on. An additional general paraprofessional unit, and then every IR campus has a dedicated sub. All campuses have one dedicated sub. The IR campuses have two to help cover the absences when their teachers are out. So at best, they would be going from 12 supplemental units to 10 supplemental units, retaining all the additional ones they have, and then minor modifications to teachers, keeping the same teaching staff that they currently have. So that's on the general fund side. But we wanted to also bring into it the federal fund side, which we don't normally talk about as much during the budget process. Carla Kessler's department does a great job of handling the allocations on the federal side, and federal title allocations are intended to be supplemental. So I shouldn't be making decisions about general fund allocations looking at the title funding, and the way we have it separated, that works beautifully because I really never do look at what they're receiving on the title side. I know her department's taking care of that. So currently, all campuses, all elementary campuses, and I believe intermediate, receive an additional bridge teacher, which is basically a reading specialist, and an additional math specialist. So that's decided at the central level, and all campuses receive that allocation. Then each campus receives their specific Title I campus allocation. That's based on the number of free and reduced lunch students at that campus, multiplied by the per pupil allocation. So you can see 18-19 for BEST, their total allocation in title funding was $179,000. The campus chose to spend $143,000 of that on payroll allocations. And you can see above where they're using that to fund an intervention teacher and a bilingual intervention teacher. That leaves them with non-payroll allocations of $36,000. Carla is preliminary, done a tentative look at what it would look like next year for this particular campus. Actually, for all of these campuses, their free and reduced lunch percentage is going up some. Their enrollment is going down some, however. So their total title allocation would decrease slightly, about $3,000 for next year. Their staffing, we're anticipating, will cost a little bit more for next year. So then the funds they'd have available for non-payroll expenditures would go down a little. So that's kind of how you read that chart regarding the title funding. And then as well, since BEST is a comprehensive support school, they receive an additional allocation of $150,000. We have no information for next year on who will be receiving those funds, so we haven't slated anything in for that. The campus works with their site-based decision committee, their campus action plan, and determine how to best utilize those resources. So they are using a portion of it for payroll, that's part-time temporary assistance. They don't hire permanent people out of those comprehensive support allocations because they don't know if it's going to be there the next year. So the payroll piece is part-time temporary, a little bit of contracted services, and then additional supplies and materials. So that's kind of the same thing that you will see for each of these campuses. I won't go through every one of them in detail like we just did for BEST, so I'm going to hit some highlights on the other 6 campuses, give you some time to study them and ask additional questions that you may have, because it's a lot of numbers on a page. So next is Horn Elementary. Again, the same theory applied in calculating supplemental units. For Horn, that results in 4 supplemental classroom teachers. That would keep them with less than 22 and maintain the lower class size ratios that they have now. Horn, with their decreases in enrollment, would actually be able to lose 2 block or elective teachers. We're recommending only a reduction of 1. That 1 additional unit that they would retain is listed down in supplemental. They currently have a ESL specialist or interventionist and a general paraprofessional unit that were outside of ratios. Those were units we didn't pull from those campuses even for this current year, but we are recommending additional units to support that campus as supplemental. So we're looking at an additional assistant principal, math interventionist, behavior specialist. You heard her talk about the behavior specialist need this evening, as well as a ESL paraprofessional. Again, the details of their title allocation are on the other side. They are also a comprehensive support campus, receiving $200,000 with that designation from title. Next would be SNEED. SNEED currently has 7 supplemental units, 3 of those being classroom teachers. 2 of those are the refugee teachers that I was talking about. So when we re-looked at all the numbers of where our refugee students are located, they are not located at SNEED. However, the campus has indicated that they really need the additional support that those refugee interventionists are providing at her campus and do not want to lose those units. We just can't continue to call them refugee teachers. So I have decreased the refugee teacher allocation and added 2 additional interventionists to replace them. Additionally, when we look on the federal funding side, SNEED is currently receiving an additional ELD interventionist funded through Title III. We can no longer continue to provide that unit through Title either, so we are recommending adding an additional ESL specialist funded locally to replace it. Comprehensive support campus also. Cummings, when you look at their supplemental units, currently they have 5. We're recommending increasing that to 8 with the addition of the arts integration specialist that she referred to this evening to continue to expand that program and integrate it more fully at her campus, an ESL specialist, and a math interventionist. They are not comprehensive support, so their title funding is formula-based. Next would be Landis Elementary. At this campus, looking at their numbers as well as their campus requests, we're recommending an additional assistant principal, an additional counselor, as well as a math interventionist and a writing specialist. Moving on to Collins. At this campus, they have requested through the personnel process and talked a lot about the need there for an additional assistant principal. We're recommending adding that unit, block elective teacher, retaining that rather than removing that, additional refugee teacher, and ESL parent. Title allocations on the side. So, the other big piece to talk about besides those campuses, are there any specific questions, or do you want some time to study through it and come back with questions?
Any specific questions, anybody? Give us time to study.
Time to study. All right. Looking at special education staffing, as Nicole had presented to you in March, we have had a significant increase in special ed students in this current year for in-class support services for next year. Additionally, our Reach 2-3 students are moving back to their home campus, but the in-class support teachers will move to support those students. So these numbers are net of Reach 2-3 or inclusive of that move. So overall, what they have requested, and I have to admit it was quite shocking when we first started looking at it, but the numbers make sense. She went through and calculated for each campus the number of estimated, or the number of current students, the number of estimated students for next year based on these referrals, calculated teacher-student ratios to show where we needed to add additional support for these campuses for their special ed students. It is 22 additional teachers and 24 additional special ed education paraprofessionals. They also have increased demands on their speech pathologists and school psychologists, and the caseloads are really, kind of off the charts. So we're recommending additional units for that to help with this process. Overall, the net increase for special ed, because similar to CTE, we do receive additional funding for those students. With the projected increase in students, I'm projecting an additional $1.5 million in special education funding. That's under current law without some of the things that Charles was talking about were added in. That was a fairly small amount, but that would increase this number some. It's a net of about $926,000 for special ed. Central support staffing, we reviewed requests from the department directors, and we only have included on this listing the highest priority items. The remainder is pending. So those of you sitting here that may have submitted a request, it is pending if it's not on this list, but we will continue to revisit this as our funding becomes more clear over the next several months. We are requesting an advanced academic testing specialist, mental health facilitator to help address some of the socio-emotional needs of students as well as staff members. Some day changes and upgrades to expand the number of days some positions are working, such as the enrollment clerk over in the enrollment office. We are recommending an additional police officer for safety and security concerns to support BEST as well as other campuses. A senior network administrator, as we continue to have increased demands in this area with new technology and network equipment. An assistant director for transportation. We, years ago, I don't even remember which year, we cut that assistant director position. There's a request every year to add that back. Most districts our size would have more than one assistant director in transportation. We currently do not have an assistant director, so we're recommending that addition. 2 energy specialists, that's to replace the contracted services that we're currently receiving. A homeless transportation router, that has really turned into a full-time job with doing routing services for the over 300 homeless students that we're transporting every day. Total request from Central Support is $575,000. So putting all those numbers together from each of the charts, ratio-based reduction at elementary and intermediate, targeted supplemental funding for those 6 IR campuses, some reduction in middle school and high school due to the decline in enrollment, additional support for our special education students, and a small number of additional central support positions. Overall, the total cost would be $1.1 million. Fortunately, $1.1 million of that will be funded next year for the full-day pre-K pilot through Title. The board already approved moving forward at those 5 campuses utilizing Title funding. So that portion of the increase would come out. Overall, the general fund impact is relatively flat at about $24,000 change. Preliminary. And now, are there any questions on that point before we turn it over to Elizabeth? Or I'll just expect my inbox to blow up tomorrow.
I do have a quick one. And I'm pretty sure the board knows, but even when you're looking at your full-day pre-K and those changes that Charles was saying that may happen, is that going to be included or not going to be included? Because pre-K funding has been...
We had to move forward on making plans for full-day pre-K, and the only way we could do that was to be able to fund it through Title without knowing whether the state was going to come through or not. And since we still won't know that...
If the state comes through, obviously we'll change it.
So we'll be able to get those copper and gold pennies based upon the census of those students when that time comes.
So for the early childhood reading allotment, yes, it's for K through 3rd grade, every student, based on the multiplier gets bigger based on if they're economically disadvantaged and their trilingual or they're special ed. And so those dollars are kind of earmarked for early childhood education. And then they, on the side, say, and you better start implementing full-day pre-K for 4-year-olds because within 6 years you have to.
And that would free up those title funds to be allocated also.
So we were right on track, doing our pilot.
Good evening. So tonight we had lots of good questions with our principals about what are we going to do, how are we going to maintain what you're doing at your campuses, and what are we going to do to ensure that those things continue. So one of the things that we've been looking at, as you can see, it's called supplemental pay considerations. But as we worked a little bit harder on the work, we found that it's not only supplemental pay considerations, but it's also intentional strategies to address the needs of incentivizing effective staff to remain at the high needs campuses. So Ms. Bro asked a minute ago, what are we going to do differently for the campuses that have higher needs? So we have been doing a study to look at what can we do differently. And we felt like the only way we can do that is we have to dig into the deep and figure out what is it that they're asking for and what is it that they need. So the first thing we did is we researched 13 Texas school districts that are currently doing some type of pay, differentiated pay, and they use different kinds of measurements. So we kind of reviewed that, as well as looking at it 9 out of state. So we took all of these different plans and kind of reviewed and saw what is it that matches most like our needs? What do we value most? And what aligns with our board priorities? So from that, we organized a central office committee, which was the area soups and HR representatives. And we met a few times and we talked about the strategies that they put in place and said, what do we want for our district? And then who do we want to address this with? So not knowing the funds, we said, let's go with our highest need campuses, and we chose to pick our comprehensive campuses, which of course you know are Best, Point, and Sneed. So once we did that, we said, okay, now that we know that we need to address these campuses and we need to make sure that we keep these effective staff members on that campus, so how can we make sure that they're going to want to stay? With all the needs and all the things that they're doing to address the high need students, we need to make sure that we're supporting them as well. So what we decided to do is at first we looked at, we said, well, what is an effective teacher? An effective teacher can look like different things, but we also needed to know what is it that we value. Well, we value T-test ratings, how they perform, how are their evaluations. We value student achievement, how are they showing student growth. We value professional development, how are they taking responsibility for their growth and learning so that they can be better teachers. And we also know that from research that teacher attendance is one of the major factors that affect student achievement. So we felt like these are some starting points of things that we could measure as how we wanted to measure what an effective teacher would be considered. So the next thing we talked about is, okay, we need some feedback. I mean, we can talk all we need to talk, but we need to know what the people are talking about. What is it that the committee, the campuses, what are they talking about? So we came up with some 3 questions that we thought would address that need. We said, okay, why are staff members staying? Why are staff members leaving? And what do we need to do to keep staff members here? And I'll be very honest with you. Sitting at central office, we thought they're going to be talking about money. You know, maybe more money would incentivize them. But what we found was, we talked to the 2 different groups. We first talked to principals separately from the teachers, and we asked the principals, what do you think it's going to look like? And then we talked to the teachers. With the principals, what they identified as big needs is we need our classes to be smaller, and as you can see, we made sure to address that through our staffing plan. And then the second thing they said, and we're working at ways to try to help with this, is more planning time. As you heard tonight, that some of the campuses are having teachers having to spend Monday through Friday their planning time planning, which leaves them very little time for making parent phone calls, grading papers, all the other stuff that they have to do. So one of the things that the principal said is they don't have enough time to plan. I can't give them any extra time because they have to be with kids. And then we talked to the teachers, and what we did is we met with them separately, and I'll be honest with you as well, we wanted somebody outside of a supervisor, and we wanted somebody that they didn't identify with, so we sent Charmin Potter, who is an ex-employee, but we felt like she could talk to them and get good, real feedback. So I met with the principals with Charmin, but Charmin met with the teacher so that they can speak freely and give her the input that we needed to hear. So what the teachers told us is they said, we need, and you heard this tonight, we need assistance with our student behaviors. They're coming in with higher needs, more emotional issues. They're coming in with more needs that we can address in the classroom. The second thing they asked for, just like the principals, was more planning time. There's never enough time during the day. We talked about different ways to address that, but we said, you know, give us the things that we have, and then we'll get another committee to help figure out how we're going to do that. And then the last thing, and you heard this as well, we're hearing that the teachers were saying, you know, from pre-K through 2, and this is all teachers, not just 3rd and 4th grade teachers, pre-K through 2, we need help in the pre-K through 2 so that we can get the early interventions in, so by the time they get to 3rd and 4th grade, we don't have to do so much catching up. So they had the same kinds of needs that you heard tonight, that they wanted some interventions happening in the primary grades. And then, of course, both groups identified money as a possible incentive that would encourage most of the effective staff to stay. So that's something else that we need to consider as we look at a plan. So our next steps, what is it that we want to do next? So as we took this data, we thought we've got to do some more research before we can decide what we want to bring as a recommendation. We'd like to contact Texas school districts that are currently doing it, and we want to see what was your communication plan? What did that look like? How do we get buy-in and making sure everybody understands what the plan is? Policy implications. What policies do we need to either bring to the board to adjust or to make recommendations to change some of our policies in regards to pay? What's going to be our rollout plan? And what would these districts have done differently that we can learn from so that we don't make the same mistakes? We'd like to convene with the committee and design the plan so that when we can come back to the board and make a recommendation to the board. So those are our thoughts at this point, and we hope to continue to do the work and see what we can come up with.
So can I add to that to round it up is that so this is not differentiated pay like Dallas does or something like that. This is trying to address high needs, appreciation for continuity, having some staff stay there for a longer period of time to get the ball rolling in the right direction, not to have constant churn. But at the same time, not everybody possibly at those locations needs to be there. So that there might be some that through this process that they're not the best fit and they can work themselves out that way. But so this isn't full differentiated pay across the whole district based on factors of high need. That's still an addition to this. That would come if we really get the school funding formula, finance additions, and we can look at, can we get something in place for potentially somewhere during the 1920 year or the 2021. This, we're talking about how can we address this churn at the high needs campuses that we're trying to deal with, just keeping people stationary long enough to get continuity to teach the course and get back on track. Okay?
And as you heard tonight, Mary mentioned that finally it took her 3 years to get where she needed to be, where she felt like she could finally make some gains because she had strong staff that were willing to do the work that she needed them to do and that they were committed. And we do want to reward these teachers. We want to provide them support. So that's what we try to figure out. What can we do to support them? Questions?
Anyone else?
So the next plan will be, we'll bring it to you in May as a staffing plan, hopefully, that we can adopt and say, go forth and multiply. And then we'll, as the budget process continues to get better, then we'll talk about raises and can we get the approval for that and when, after we know what our funding is going to be. But right now, we're wanting to give you this look so that next month we can say, okay, let's hire, you know. Because right now, we can handle it with the school funding formulas the way we have right now.
We'll know where we're made as well. What's going to happen.
I just want to make a quick statement before we do our next section. Thank you for all the time that you've done and listening to us and doing it and putting your own wisdom, because I mean, I'm not in the education business, and not wanting to get in the weeds of it, but just thank you all for listening to us, and more importantly, thank you for listening to the principals, some of their needs. Not saying that that's going to generate scores or wonderful scores that everybody's going to come out of IR. That's not I think maybe it's I can't guarantee that. You know, no matter what we do, there's some things may happen. But thank you for taking the steps.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, everyone, for your report. We're down to item number 9 on the agenda. Ms. Rupp, do you have a report for the committee tonight, or no?
Well, just a quick committee report that the RFI, the board council committee did meet tonight, and we did look at our criteria for evaluating the applicants, I guess you would say, those that responded, and we did go through and pick our top 3 that we will bring to the board. But also, one of the things that there was some discussion about was the timeline, and I think my committee members wanted to mention a few things or something in regards to the timeline that was discussed tonight.
You want to bring it up now? Or?
So
I don't have it in front of me.
Well, on our timeline, it was for May 7th, 2019, for the board to consider approval for Alief Board Council. And that's the same day that we do the superintendent evaluation. So I just wanted to ensure that we were going to do them both on the same day, or do we need to look at that?
To be honest, originally, if you look at the timeline was modified because the board stated that they felt it was going too fast. If you look back from April the 2nd, when that time period, it was like a week or 2 on hold. So originally it was not meant to be that day. So, but you know, there's some flexibility there. So if it goes to that point, because the whole thing is it has to be approved by the board anyway. So when, and that's why it was kind of difficult to put a timeline. We knew a timeline for the superintendent's evaluation because we know for a fact that that's going to happen. But when the board said it was going too fast, they wanted to know what the timeline was. I supplied the timeline also with the modifications of that wait period inside.
Okay. I think we spoke in terms about that. I mean, after the board meeting or something, doing that. I wasn't sure. I said it may look like we may have to, look at some of us to see if we have a special call meeting, for that particular reason. That was something we had talked about. I mean, it wasn't something we discussed as a board, but it was, something that, because I agree, I wouldn't want to, if that was coming to the trade, if there was going to be a change, to make it the same night as the evaluation, that doesn't really.
What was that, just the approval of the council, or was it, what was
the approval of the council?
This is just to approve the council, so for the board to consider approval. It doesn't say discussion,
but the discussion, if I can see your timeline.
But the discussion happens in.
Right, and Mr. Moreno did ask if there would be like and I have no problem if the board would like to have a special call meeting. I just want you guys to be mindful of what that looks like during this time period. That's why things were progressing that way, to keep in step with everything that we do. I know all of the things that are on the calendar during that time, so that's why I'm starting to work it that way. But I appreciate, I was aware of each one of those items and what nights that they would be on. So we can, your concern is the fact that approving board council on the same night that you do.
If it gets to that point as a board, I mean, if that's something we, as a board, decide, is that would be, I mean, I don't think that would be a great practice. The same thing as evaluation, approving council that will help with,
Well, but if you're approving council, just because you're approving council, you still haven't gone into contract. That's why that is also on the agenda. So approving council would not mean that that person will be participating in the evaluation. If that's the word of concern, that you approve a council and they will immediately do that, that is not the case. Because as you were saying, Ms. Moreno, that would still require some kind of discussion from the board. The board will still have to have input with whoever is selected. Okay. So it's no, it's not approved the council, and the council come to Mr. Chambers' evaluation. That evaluation, we have not had a council to come to the evaluation before anyway, so we're not going to do something different with that. That evaluation has always been in the ownership of the board.
No, so my only concern was maybe like doing the board approval part and doing like special call meeting earlier before traditional board meeting at 6:30. If we needed to do that, if that was something that
we could do that, but if that's the only one item on your agenda, you wouldn't be doing a special call meeting for that. You would do that before you would go into your superintendent evaluation. Right? If it's just the one single item and it's about an approval, unless there's a discussion, which discussion will take anywhere from 15 minutes to 45 minutes, if that. Okay.
Thank you for clarification.
Sure. If there's nothing else regarding the committees, so I would look forward to, because you guys haven't been here lately, Ms. Rowe, Ms. Key. Ms. Key, are you anticipating another meeting on the other side of this? Okay. So Mr. Moreno should sure send a notification to us to let us know to make sure. But more importantly, your committee schedule. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else on that item, board, I would like to point your attention to item number 10. I know that the item says discussion and consider approval of modified superintendent evaluation instrument. So here's the thing, I thought because Ms. Key, you had sent us this document.
And I haven't had any changes.
And that was the thing, the document had already been sent out in a small format. And based upon our last conversation, it was send some feedback back to Ms. King, but no one else has sent any feedback, so I'd like to know if there's any further discussion regarding this. And if not, then the next option is to consider approval of the instrument.
Right, there was discussion, there wasn't anything sent to Ms. Key, but we did have discussion in executive session last, at the workshop. We had gone after the first three presentations, and then we had gone to, so I brought up in that meeting that I'd like to have further discussion about the evaluation, about the tool, if there's going to be some changes or so forth, to do that. And I'd still like for us to go to a session to maybe answer those questions. With Ms. Key being present, Ms. Key wasn't here.
So do you have a list of your questions? The reason why I asked is because that was the thing, we were supposed to get those questions to her.
Right, but it's based off of discussion that we had in the executive session. So it won't be a long time, it's a thing, and you know, again, I'm just 1 of 7, so I'd like for us to go to the executive session and discuss this a little bit further.
Is there any other, any member?
As a board, not just as a committee, but as a board.
Is there any other member?
And it would be based on that section 551.174. Just let you know.
Just a matter of reading it off the thing. I appreciate it, Ms. Moreno. So board, we're going to go into executive session based on 55.1.075. Information from employee. Bring your notebooks. Bring your signs and skills.
Go home.
Yes, go home. It's 10:35 for discussion.
Okay, don't stick to it. We have our desktop test tomorrow. I'll have my calendar with the desktop test tomorrow. All computers, 8 o'clock. Oh. Sure. Oh, that's one. I want to make sure it works. I wasn't here last time. I'll be here.
Never found you. I told her, can I help you? I was talking about this. So that's how she ran into me.
Like, where are my children? I just looked and I was like,
Oh, no, I got a form, right?
Dana, I was with your son the other day. He was, doing that tech program there, that baby goat.
Uh-huh.
He was a middle interview with the teacher, the kids, he did a good job.
Appreciate it. He loves it.
Did a good job.
Thank you.
Tell him it's
I'm gonna turn the AC on. I think that means it's time to go home. I have it right. Okay, board, we are reconvened at 11:09. I need to find my form. So we're looking at and have come back from board discussion on item number 10, discussion and consider approval of the modified superintendent evaluation. After discussion, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Keith. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And second by Ms. Butler. All in favor? Okay, let the record show 5-0. Have approved the modified superintendent evaluation instrument.
Okay, and then just 2 points. The evaluations are due back to me by April 30th, so that I can compile that information. And the first 2 pages in the notebook are an instrument that was used in prior years that we're not going to use, so it just needs to be ripped out. And we need to get Lily and John their copies and everything.
And the last thing that I wanted to share, that this process of the superintendent evaluation is no different than in the years past. The only thing that is changing with this evaluation is the instrument in which we're going to use for the evaluation. Any further discussion? None other? 11:10, dismiss.